The fuck?
What can I do for you? Be good.
Friend.
Back at it again with the bop machine.
But just don't flick it.
Xi Jinping is in a life or death power struggle. Is he more on the death side of things now? Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. Just a reminder, leave a like, honeypot emoji in the comments below. So, it seems, in all likelihood, He Weidong, one of China's top generals, has been purged. And if we're talking about purges and clandestine power struggles at the highest ranks of the Chinese Communist Party, you know what that means. It's time for another episode of the people's favorite communist soap opera, General Hostility. Previously on General Hostility. After more than a decade in power, Xi Jinping has purged millions of Chinese communist officials in his so-called anti-corruption campaign. But anti-corruption is just a front for Xi's true intentions, trying to take over the world. Okay, it's actually purging disloyal officials to solidify his power over the CCP, and then trying to take over the world. But in the face of a trade war with America and a fraying economy at home, are Xi's days numbered? I love that show. So yes, since Xi Jinping came to power in 2012, he's purged a lot of people, particularly in the military. This is pretty typical in communist China. It happens every 10 to 15 years. In 1959, Mao Zedong purged Marshal Peng Dehuai, China's defense minister at the time. Why? Because Peng resisted Mao's cult of personality. He obviously lost that power struggle. That sparked a huge round of purges in the military. Fast forward to the 1970s. Mao's chosen successor, Marshal Lin Biao, allegedly tried to assassinate Mao. And so Mao began another massive purge of top officials in the military. When Deng Xiaoping led the CCP, a failed Chinese invasion of Vietnam led to another round of purges. When Jiang Zemin came to power in the 90s, boom, more military purges. You get the idea. Purging the military is just what CCP leaders do. It's on their list, along with genociding a religion and or ethnic minority of their choice and trying to take over the world. When Xi Jinping became the leader of the CCP, he was in a massive power struggle with a political faction tied to former CCP leader and current pickled toad, Jiang Zemin. So, of course, he purged all the military officials promoted under Jiang. Well, almost all of the military officials. Xi purged General Guo Boxiong, who was in charge of military development, and General Xu Saiho, who was the political commissar. They had been in charge for a long time, so almost every top Chinese military official had been promoted by then. Xi's purge was devastating. He completely reorganized the People's Liberation Army command structure, and all the top positions were now filled with people Xi personally promoted for their loyalty to him. And that's what's so weird about this recent round of purges. Xi is getting rid of people like He Weidong, who are widely believed to be Xi Jinping allies. He Weidong was big. He got what's called in Chinese politics a helicopter ride. Xi promoted him several ranks at once right to the top. In 2019, he was put in charge of China's Eastern Command. In other words, the guys who would be invading Taiwan. Then, 2 years ago, He was promoted to be number 3 in China's Central Military Commission. That's the group that controls the military. The number 1 position is obviously Xi Jinping. But the number 2 position is Zhang Youxia, the only survivor of the purges of General Guo Boxiong and General Xu Saiho. So if you were placing bets on who Xi would purge, you'd think Zhang Youxia, who was promoted by the generals appointed by Xi Jinping's archenemy, would be way more likely. So why was it He Weidong? Well, since this is the opaque world of inter-communist party politics, there are several explanations floating around. According to Miles Hughes, the director of the China Center at the Hudson Institute, when Xi collapsed all the different departments of the PLA during his big reorganization I mentioned earlier, this created a lot of overlap, redundancies. So with Generals Zhang Youxia and He Weidong, they have overlapping core competencies. That's why you got enormous internal struggle and fight against each other for favor. So it's basically a turf war, and that's why Xi Jinping had to sacrifice one of them. Of course, that doesn't really explain why it was He Weidong that got purged and not Zhang Youxia. So here's another explanation. It has to do with this guy, Miao Hua. Miao was another member of the Central Military Commission and Xi Jinping's main propaganda guy for the military. So, a major Xi ally in the military. And he got purged. That was a few months ago. Sino Insider, a risk consultancy that specializes in elite Chinese politics, suggests his purge could have been similar to Chairman Mao's purge of Lin Biao, a close ally that may have become too ambitious for the great helmsman. In the process of advancing Xi's political objectives, Miao could have inadvertently cultivated his own power base, or was perceived by Xi as having cultivated a power base that could threaten his interests. Life as a CCP official sounds stressful. If you don't get enough power, you get purged. If you get too much power, you also get purged. if you even look like you might be getting too much power, you still get purged. So if you're about to get purged, what can you do to save yourself? Rat other people out. According to Yuan Hongbing, an Australia-based Chinese dissident, Miao Hua, in order to save his own skin, made sweeping accusations of disloyalty. How sweeping? He accused around 1,300 people at all ranks of the Chinese military of disloyalty, including people above him like Ho Weidong. But then there's yet another explanation floating around out there. Xi Jinping is out of power, as in totally out of power. And General Zhang Youxia, the #2 guy in the Central Military Commission, is really in charge. That's why Xi allies are being purged, because now there's a new guy at the top. As the guy basically in charge of China's military, Zhang would have a ton of power. And Xi has certainly made himself a lot of enemies over the years. And with the Chinese economy struggling, young people unable to find work, and a growing trade war with the United States, maybe enough people within the Chinese Communist Party have had enough. And there certainly have been coup attempts against Xi before, but there are some problems with this. Rumors of a successful coup against Xi have obviously not always panned out. And looking at Chinese state-run media, you don't get a sense that Xi's going anywhere. Instead, you see Xi Jinping thought on culture leads path to national rejuvenation, and senior official calls for thoroughly studying, implementing Xi Jinping thought on culture. Officials at all levels, particularly in the military, are still being told to study Xi's writings and speeches. Typically in Chinese communist power struggles, before one faction topples another, they create a narrative around it to sway public opinion. If Xi really were out of power, you wouldn't expect his propaganda to be so prominent. The real test of Xi's power will come in 2027 at the 21st Party Congress, and whether or not he gets elected to another 5 years as China's supreme leader. But don't worry, there's plenty of general hostility to watch before then. In fact, there are signs that there are bigger purges ahead, not just in the military, but throughout the entire CCP. Last month, 2 CCP officials switched jobs. Now, that might not sound earth-shaking, but it's highly unusual. In fact, unlike the military purges that happen every decade, this has never happened before since the CCP took over China. This is Shi Tai-feng, who was in charge of the United Front Work Department. He swapped jobs with this guy, Li Ganjie, who was in charge of the Central Organization Department. The United Front is an incredibly important department because it's in charge of influencing and subverting others for the CCP, both inside China and internationally. For example, all the influence campaigns targeting foreign politicians are run by the United Front. These pandas, United Front operatives. But the Central Organization Department is even more important than the United Front because it's essentially the human resources department for the CCP, except this HR department can purge you. So if Xi Jinping is moving Shi Tai-feng, who's considered one of his allies, to the head of the Central Organization Department, that's pretty big. Personnel issues are now a bigger priority for Xi than the United Front's influence and subversion campaigns. According to Sino Insider, the move foreshadows a sweeping purge or reassignment of officials in the party, the government, and the military, as well as major personnel changes. You know what that means.
In the Chinese Communist Party, there's only one rule. Live by the power struggle, die by the power struggle. After a decade of purges, Xi Jinping still hasn't won. Will Xi start an earthquake inside the CCP, purged officials falling left and right? Or will he himself finally be toppled? Find out next time on General Hostility.
And that show is only possible because of support from viewers like you. Click this button to subscribe to our premium website, ChinaUncensored.tv. There's a bunch of exclusive content there you can't see anywhere else, and you'll be supporting all these free episodes on YouTube, so we can fight back against the Chinese Communist Party. Just click here to join. Once again, I'm Chris Chappell. See you next time.
According to reports from South Korean media SBS News, on April 21st, South Korea's Customs Service, KCS, raided a factory near the new port in Busan, uncovering large quantities of Chinese-made mattresses disguised as made in Korea. These mattresses were fraudulently accompanied by certificates of origin from 22 South Korean companies, with the intention of re-exporting them to the US through South Korea. It was reported that 1.2 million mattresses were exported to the US in this manner, amounting to a value of 74 billion Korean won, or 52 million US dollars. This is one of several cases recently uncovered by South Korea's Customs Service involving Chinese companies mislabeling products as made in Korea and exporting them to the US. According to KCS data, the total value of illegal exports in the first quarter of 2025 reached 29.5 billion Korean won, about 20.8 million US dollars, with 97% of these goods destined for the US. In comparison, the total illegal exports in 2024 amounted to 34.8 billion Korean won, with 62% of the goods being exported to the US. This indicates a significant increase in Chinese goods being routed through South Korea to bypass US trade restrictions. One of the reported violations involved battery cathode materials worth 3.3 billion Korean won. These materials were imported from China, labeled as made in Korea, and re-exported to the US to avoid the high tariffs imposed by the Trump administration. Another case, reported in March 2025, involved surveillance camera parts worth 19.3 billion Korean won. These parts were imported from China, lightly assembled in South Korea, and then exported to the US to bypass restrictions on Chinese telecommunications equipment. This practice, known as origin laundering, refers to the act of falsifying or altering the country of origin labels on goods to evade tariffs, bans, or other trade restrictions. Common methods include simple processing in a third country, changing packaging, or relabeling to exploit loopholes in trade regulations. Lee Kwang-woo, a planning official at South Korea's Customs Service, noted that during Trump's first term, the trend of fake exports had already emerged, and with his return to office, this issue is likely to intensify. He revealed that South Korean authorities began investigating these practices after Trump's re-election to prevent any escalation of violations. On April 21st, South Korean and U.S. customs officials held a meeting to discuss enhanced joint enforcement measures to address cross-border origin laundering issues. Additionally, South Korea's Customs Service also seized a shipment of advanced semiconductor products worth approximately 5.1 billion Korean won, around 3.6 million US dollars. These products were imported by South Koreans, misrepresented as low-end semiconductors valued at only 1% of their actual price, and illegally exported to Hong Kong. South Korean authorities have pointed out that some foreign companies are attempting to exploit South Korea's free trade agreements by using the country as a transit point to avoid US tariffs or bans. In response, South Korea's Customs Service announced the establishment of a special trade security investigation team to focus on cracking down on re-export trade practices that exploit tariff differences between countries, aiming to protect South Korea's global trade reputation. It's worth noting that this action by South Korea comes ahead of high-level US-South Korea talks regarding Trump's tariff issues, signaling South Korea's intent to clarify its
Did you Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor, Northern, Broken Isles, Outland, and Granel? If you use the empty box,
They refused to buy this house unless the sink that was above the door was removed. People got upset as the buyers didn't realize how lucky they were. You see, this sink is right next to the steps, which allows for easy access. Once filled with dirt, you can add seeds and transform the space into a garden. is right next to the steps, which allows for easy access. Once filled with dirt, you can add seeds and transform the space into a garden. They refused to buy this house unless the sink that was above the door was removed. People got upset as the buyers didn't realize how lucky they were. You see, this sink is right next to the steps, which allows for easy access. Once filled with dirt, you can add seeds and transform the space into a garden. They refused to buy this.
Wanna play front hand, backhand? All right, front hand. Bam! I got you, sucker. I choose backhand this time. I mean, you asked for it. Front hand. What?
Did you know that on January 15th, 2011, a South Korean cargo ship...
And the invention of the telescope. You haven't said anything yet. Well, you're a good listener. Should I keep talking? Galileo perfects the telescope. He learned that it had just been invented in the Netherlands. The Dutch were opticians, so they invented the telescope and the microscope within a couple of years of one another. This transformed science. He looks up and says, whoa, I see craters, mountains, valleys on the moon. The sun has spots. Venus goes through phases. This became the corpus of evidence for Earth going around the sun in support of Copernicus's idea that Earth went around the sun. My point is, what was the second thing he did with his telescope? He contacted the Doge of Venice, invited him to the clock tower, and said, look at what this instrument can do for you as we look out into the lagoon. You can identify a ship's intentions, friend or foe, by its flag 10 times farther away than you can with the underneath. Venice bought a boatload of these telescopes in the service of their military defense. This was a source of money to Galileo.
Between China and the U.S.
Its position to the U.S. and secure favorable treatment in the ongoing tariff negotiations. South Korea is just one of the countries taking tangible actions to distance itself from China and clearly aligned with the U.S. Meanwhile, Chinese President Xi Jinping's recent charm diplomacy tour of Southeast Asia has been followed by a series of unfavorable events for China. There has been a subtle shift in attitudes towards China, not only in traditionally China-friendly countries such as Singapore, Malaysia, and Cambodia, but also in nations like India that have maintained a non-aligned stance. This change suggests a potential collective pushback against the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. Interestingly, the first major criticism of Xi Jinping came from Singapore, a country long viewed as pro-China. On April 21st, Ho Ching, wife of former Singaporean Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong, shared an article from the local media outlet Critical Spectator on Facebook. The article boldly stated China would hold more sway in the world today if Xi Jinping hasn't been a mobster for the past 12 years. The article criticized Xi's 12-year rule, comparing him to a mafia boss who has acted aggressively in the South China Sea, violated international laws, militarized islands, and harassed other countries' vessels, while still promoting the idea of resisting bullying. The article went further to point out that the CCP has banned foreign companies from operating in China, illegally subsidized industries, stolen intellectual property, violated commitments to market openness, and set up non-tariff trade barriers while criticizing trade protectionism. It also condemned Xi's Belt and Road Initiative for creating debt traps and dumping goods on Southeast Asian countries. The article concluded that, despite global dissatisfaction with Trump, Xi Jinping is not a suitable alternative. Once the Trump administration reaches agreements with various countries, the U.S. will gain trust for honoring its commitments, while China will not. Xi Jinping will struggle to rally global support in opposing the U.S. The tone of the article, which openly supports the US and criticizes the CCP and Xi Jinping personally, was shocking. Ho Ching's decision to share the article and leave it up for more than 10 hours without deleting it shows that it was not an accidental move. As the wife of Singapore's former prime minister, Ho Ching's actions have deep geopolitical significance. Although Lee Hsien Loong stepped down in 2024, his influence remains. The new prime minister, Lawrence Wong, was Lee's chief private secretary and was chosen as his successor in 2022, showing the continued influence of the Lee family on Singapore's politics. By acting independently, Ho Ching has left the current government room to maneuver on its diplomacy with China, while indirectly signaling Singapore's willingness to lean closer to the US. Singapore, once considered the most pro-China country in Southeast Asia, still has substantial economic ties with China. Ho Ching previously served as CEO of Singapore's sovereign wealth fund, Temasek, which had investments in China amounting to 19% of its total portfolio, worth over 2 trillion yuan. Despite this deep economic connection, Ho Ching's public endorsement of an article criticizing Xi Jinping indicates that Singapore is no longer intimidated by China's potential retaliation. Additionally, on April 7th, Ho Ching wrote a lengthy article criticizing China for failing to meet its obligations after joining the WTO, while benefiting from enormous economic gains. She also praised the US for leading global free and fair trade. Current affairs commentator Tang Jingyuan pointed out that while the earlier article seemed to test political wins, the decision to share such a sharp criticism of Xi Jinping on April 21st was likely a carefully considered official statement. Ho Ching's actions may reflect Singapore's understanding of internal shifts within the CCP and its awareness of Xi Jinping's weakening power, suggesting that Singapore no longer fears repercussions from China. It is worth noting that there are reports indicating that since the beginning of the US-China tariff war, China has been seeking a middleman for negotiations with the US. Among those considered were former Singaporean Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the leaders of Japan and Germany. This shows that China once viewed Singapore as a trusted partner, but now, with Ho Ching publicly attacking Xi Jinping as a mafia boss, Singapore is signaling a shift toward the US in its geopolitical positioning. In ASEAN countries, this attitude is not an isolated case. On April 21st, Reuters reported that Malaysia Airlines Group, MAG, is negotiating with Boeing to take over Boeing 737 MAX planes that were returned by Chinese airlines due to the US-China trade war. MAG CEO Isam Ismail stated that acquiring new planes early will accelerate their fleet renewal plan and shorten delivery waiting times. MAG plans to have 55 new 737 MAX aircraft by 2030 and has already ordered 18 737 MAX 8s and 12 737 MAX 10s, with an additional 30 aircraft option. This move is not just a commercial decision by Malaysia Airlines, but also has significant geopolitical implications. The Chinese government's order to stop accepting Boeing aircraft on April 15th, even at the cost of losing large deposits, is intended to retaliate against the US. What was meant to pressure Boeing in the Trump administration has inadvertently created opportunities for countries like Malaysia. Malaysia's action not only alleviates Boeing's inventory pressure, but also sends a friendly signal to the US, undermining China's perceived strategy. At the same time, this move is seen as Malaysia's attempt to reduce its trade surplus with the US and strengthen its relationship with Washington. According to Malaysia's official statistics, Malaysia had a trade surplus of about $25 billion with the US in 2024, and this order is expected to help balance bilateral trade. India is also eyeing this opportunity. On April 21st, Bloomberg reported that India's national carrier, Air India, is planning to take over Boeing 737 MAX planes returned by China to meet the rapidly growing market demand. As of March 2025, Air India had already received 41 aircraft originally intended for China, but were not delivered due to the 2019 737 MAX grounding. Even more striking, Russia had proposed freezing funds to purchase these aircraft, though the plan was not realized due to operational difficulties. This proposal highlights the growing rift in the relationship between Russia and China, reflecting Russia's disregard for China's sentiments. In contrast, China's refusal to accept Boeing aircraft not only results in lost deposits, but also disrupts the import of aircraft parts, negatively affecting China's C929 large aircraft project and putting the safety and maintenance of its Boeing fleet at risk. Meanwhile, Boeing has benefited from the returned planes, with Malaysia and India quickly purchasing the planes without any inventory pressure. China's move to halt Boeing deliveries is, in the end, a perfect example of shooting oneself in the foot, a counterproductive and foolish decision. In the context of the US-China trade war, India's role has become particularly crucial. On April 21st, US Vice President Vance, accompanied by his Indian-American wife and family, visited India to meet with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, focusing on economic. economic, trade, and geopolitical cooperation. This visit is seen as a key move to deepen the US-India alliance and counter China's growing influence in the Indo-Pacific region. After the talks, Modi publicly declared that India would firmly stand.
That was fun.
You got my attention.
If I was red, instead to find the long.
And was the US in the trade war, joining forces to counter China. In addition, to mark Vance's visit, India announced a 12% temporary tariff on imported steel, effective for 200 days, to curb the surge of cheap steel imports. While not explicitly targeting China, this move clearly addresses China's dumping practices and aligns with President Trump's push to limit cheap Chinese products. Given the long-standing tension in India-China relations due to border conflicts, it is not surprising that India is aligning with the US in the trade war. However, what is more striking is Cambodia, a country often seen as a loyal ally of the CCP, making a surprising move, signaling a shift in their stance. On April 22nd, the Cambodia-China Times reported that the president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Cambodia, AmCham, Casey Barnett, stated that the Cambodian government is amending laws to control and prevent other countries from using Cambodia as a transshipment hub for goods to the US. Led by Cambodia's Deputy Prime Minister Sun Chancel, the Cambodia-US Bilateral Relations Coordination Working Group held the first round of trade talks with US Trade Representative Jamieson Greer via video conference on April 16th. Was Cambodia seeking to reassure the US about its commitment to avoid imposing high tariffs on Cambodian goods? Previously, on April 18th, as part of his Southeast Asia tour, CCP Secretary General Xi Jinping visited Cambodia. However, just after Xi left, 2 Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force vessels docked at the Rio Naval Base in Cambodia on April 19th. The Cambodian government even held a grand welcoming ceremony. This marks the first time the base, which had been refurbished with Chinese funding, has accepted warships from a country other than China. According to Nikkei Asia, the 2 Japanese minesweepers, Bungo and Itajima, docked at the invitation of Cambodia to participate in the multilateral maritime security cooperation exercise. Notably, Japan's maritime strength in the Indo-Pacific is second only to the US Navy, and is considered a key rival to China in the Taiwan Strait. Cambodia's acceptance of Japanese warships sends a subtle signal to China. It's also worth noting that the Ream Naval Base, located on the Gulf of Thailand's coast in Cambodia's Sihanoukville, was originally an outdated military port that could not meet modern naval requirements. China invested heavily in refurbishing the base from 2021 onward, aiming to turn it into a strategic foothold in the Indo-Pacific region, as well as China's first overseas military base to expand its naval footprint. According to the New York Times, China has invested over 10 billion yuan, around 1.4 billion US dollars, in the renovation, including building a 650-meter deep water dock capable of accommodating aircraft carrier-sized vessels, a 5,000-ton dry dock, a 1,000-ton slipway, office buildings, and a joint logistics and training center with Cambodia. Additionally, around 100 Chinese naval personnel have been deployed to ensure the project's progress. China not only provided funding and personnel, but also promised to donate 2 Type 056A light frigates to Cambodia's Navy, with delivery expected in 2025 or later. On April 5, 2025, a grant ceremony was held at the Ream base, attended by Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Manet and China's Central Military Commission Joint Staff Vice Chief Cao Qingfeng. The Wall Street Journal reported that U.S. officials discovered a secret agreement between China and Cambodia, allowing China to use the base for 30 years, sparking concerns from the U.S. and neighboring countries like Thailand and Vietnam. The worry is that China could use the base to control the Gulf of Thailand and the South China Sea. In response, Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Manet emphasized during the ceremony that the base is open to all friendly countries, and denied that China has exclusive use rights, stating that Cambodia's constitution prohibits foreign military bases on its soil. Japan's Defense Minister Gen Nakatani stated that this visit symbolizes the deepening security cooperation between Japan and Cambodia, which is conducive to regional peace. Analysts believe this move shows that even pro-China countries like Cambodia are seeking a balance in geopolitical and military issues, avoiding fully aligning with China. Looking at Vietnam, after Xi Jinping's visit to Vietnam, Prime Minister Pham Minh Chinh quickly turned toward the U.S. On April 18th, during a meeting with Jeffrey Perlman, CEO of a leading U.S. private equity firm, Warburg Pincus, Pham Minh Chinh stated that Vietnam and the U.S. have a unique bond, with relations different from those with other countries. U.S. Ambassador to Vietnam Mark Napper also attended the meeting. On April 22nd, according to Reuters, internal government documents from Vietnam revealed that the country had ordered a crackdown on illegal transshipment activities. The order requires officials from the Ministry of Commerce, Customs, and other agencies to strengthen supervision and inspection of imported goods to establish their origin, especially raw materials used for production and export. Vietnam will also implement stricter procedures for checking factories and monitoring the issuance of Made in Vietnam labels, with a focus on
What's on your mind?
on companies suddenly increasing requests for origin certificates. This document did not specify which countries were involved in transshipment fraud, but Reuters noted that 40% of Vietnam's imports come from China. The US has also openly accused Beijing of using Southeast Asia as a transshipment hub to evade US tariffs. Meanwhile, the Vietnamese government website quoted Prime Minister Pham Minh Ching's remarks on April 22nd during a meeting in Hanoi, stating that the government trade negotiation team should prepare thoroughly for the upcoming tariff talks with the US and ensure that the negotiations will not negatively impact other agreements or markets. According to Taipei's Up Media, Xi Jinping's attempt to pull Vietnam into a resistance alliance with the US has not succeeded. While China and Vietnam signed 45 cooperation agreements covering fields like railways, artificial intelligence, and agricultural products, many of these were one-sided concessions from China, such as railway construction and AI technology export, which China funded. Political commentator Tang Jingyuan believes these agreements are lacking in substance. Vietnam has accepted the benefits, but has refused to take risks with China's origin laundering schemes, knowing that its economic prosperity relies on the US, not China. In conclusion, South Korea's actions against origin laundering, the balanced diplomacy of Cambodia, Vietnam, Malaysia, and other Southeast Asian nations, and Ho Ching's sharp criticism of Xi Jinping as a mafia boss all highlight the CCP's growing isolation. These moves show the CCP is increasingly surrounded in the US-China trade war. Taiwanese political scientist Ming-Chu Cheng has noted that Trump's tariffs and trade strategies, though appearing global, are ultimately focused on the CCP. His goal is to sever the CCP's black hand and weaken it. Even if China retaliates, Trump's winning card is to suggest that other countries raise tariffs on China, effectively cutting off the red supply chain. Ming-Chu Cheng says this is just the appetizer. The US's real winning card might emerge during the 90-day buffer period. The US could suggest to countries, raise tariffs on China, and we'll help you reduce taxes. Once countries form a comprehensive blockade against the CCP, it will severely impact China's exports. Now, Trump's winning card is beginning to take effect. The tariff war initiated by the Trump administration has been a heavy blow, forcing the CCP into a corner. It can be said that the global geopolitical landscape is being reshaped, and the CCP's defeat is inevitable.
Has intensified to a shocking degree. Many Chinese export-oriented companies, especially those targeting the US market, have seen orders vanish. Production has halted, and logistics are suffering from a wave of empty shipment schedules. A growing number of foreign trade businesses are facing a survival crisis. Online, videos from industry insiders voicing their frustration are everywhere.
The real situation for factories in the export business is dire. Switching from exports to the domestic market has serious consequences. Factories are being forced to compete against each other. Take air conditioners, for example. Prices have collapsed recently. The domestic market has long been saturated. There's already an oversupply of air conditioners, and now a huge batch has suddenly flooded the market. Factories need to free up cash to survive. If products pile up in warehouses, the factories will go under. That leads to price crashes. But there are only so many consumers in a country of 1.4 billion. Supply was already exceeding demand, and now it's even worse.
这个关税是我们国内提的。
I was truly shocked today by how much tariffs have impacted domestic companies. I came to Shunda to visit my best friend who sells sofas. Her factory spans tens of thousands of square meters, but now only 2 or 3 sections are still running. I asked her what happened. She said it's been shut down for a while already. The daily costs were over 100,000 yuan. She had no choice but to lay off all her employees. There are still tens of millions worth of finished products in the warehouse. She's not even in the country anymore. She's gone to Vietnam to find a factory. It's heartbreaking. I don't even know how to help her. Let me show you. This is all in-stock inventory. All of it is sofas meant for export to the United States, and this is just one floor. There are multiple floors upstairs and downstairs, but now there are no workers left. Everyone is on leave. Such a massive factory, completely empty.
你们觉得今年的经济形势怎么样？
What do you think about the economic situation this year? Ever since tariffs were raised, things have become incredibly difficult. I've been visiting different factories.
got my attention. Safe travels. Great to meet you. Be good. Talk to me. Walk with you. Watch your back.
for you today. Be good.
How are you? See you soon. Greetings. See you later.
King's honor, friend. Safe travels.
I do for you? See you soon.
These past few days, almost all of them are saying the same thing. Foreign trade orders have stopped entirely. Companies that rely on foreign trade have nothing to work on. A lot of machinery is just sitting idle, so the economic situation this year is extremely serious. Since taking office in January 2025, US President Donald Trump has repeatedly raised tariffs on Chinese goods, starting at 20%, then climbing to 34%, 104%, 125%, and eventually 145%. According to the latest White House statement, the highest tariff on Chinese goods now reaches 245%. In retaliation, China announced a 125% tariff on American goods. This tariff war is making China's already weak economy even worse. To cope with the severe blow from U.S. tariffs, many Chinese businesses are scrambling for ways to survive. Some have turned to live streaming to sell foreign trade goods at deep discounts.
看不下去了，因为现在让自己压的真的是越来越难。
I can't keep doing doing live stream sales anymore. The pressure is just too much. I've already lost over 700,000 yuan. I'll take whatever price for this inventory. Just take it. I really can't keep going. Every live stream does worse than the last. I keep trying different approaches, but nothing works. So to all my longtime followers, I'm really sorry. I just can't keep doing this.
Recently, Mr. Hao, who owns a daily chemical factory in Guangdong, personally went to clear out his skincare products. In tears, he said he's selling off everything in his warehouse. Anyone who pays can take it, and he won't keep a single item.
The warehouse is full of goods, all made for overseas clients. But with the recent increase in tariffs, they no longer want them. They say the price is too high now. When we first made these, they only paid a 20% deposit, and the rest was covered by us. Now that they don't want them, how am I supposed to keep going? I can't bear it on my own. I have to find a way to get these goods out. Honestly, these goods are all of excellent quality because they were made for overseas clients. Everything is top quality. Here's what I'll do. If you come to my live stream, I'll sell these products at cost price. If you're near the warehouse, you can come pick them up directly. Take as much as you want. If you don't take much, I won't charge anything. If you take more, I'll just charge the cost price. These 2 years have been so hard.
Under the pressure of tariffs, China's cosmetics exports to the United States are undoubtedly facing greater difficulty. Mr. Su, the founder of the Shira Cosmetics brand, lamented that this time they really can't hold on any longer. The warehouse is full of foreign trade products, now piled up like a mountain. The past few years have been tough, but they had managed to push through. However, this time, he truly feels that there's no confidence left. Selling various everyday products that were originally intended for export directly through social media platforms like this is not an isolated case in China.
This afternoon, I'm going to live stream with my colleagues. First, I want to thank the customers who placed orders in the live stream room.
Recently, Mr. Zhang, the owner of a blanket factory in Jiangsu, went live in his factory's workshop to sell blankets, which has drawn attention. Mr. Zhang said, for export factories, the whole supply chain wasn't prepared for this. The machine suddenly stopped, and everything was woven, but we couldn't sell it. It really caught us off guard. I had to find other ways to survive. Our factory has nearly 200 people, 200 families, so I have to keep going. At the same time, Chinese goods are using platforms like TikTok, Temu, and Shein to sail out in a roundabout way. They're promoting direct factory supply and no middleman markup to offer extremely low prices and seize the European and American markets. On one TikTok video, which had over 6 million views, one Chinese merchant shouted, "Jeans for $1.30." Many American viewers asked how to buy them. To cope with the tariff war, over 10 Chinese e-commerce platforms, including Alibaba, Douyin e-commerce, and Kuaishou, have launched special export zones and green channels to help Chinese export products switch from export to domestic sales. However, in addition to lacking domestic sales channels, they also face fierce price competition in the local market. In the context of China's limited consumer market, local manufacturers are also struggling. The domestic market is highly saturated, and when foreign trade companies switch to domestic sales, they end up competing for limited market shares with existing domestic companies. Now, China's economy has been trapped in a deflationary cycle for a long time. Business profits are continuously declining, consumer spending is low, and domestic demand is seriously insufficient. Take home appliances, for example. According to China Household Electrical Appliances Net, as export orders return, the surge in supply is inevitable, putting even more pressure on the already intense home appliance industry. According to data from the China Household Appliance Association, China's home appliance exports reached $112.4 billion in 2024, with about 18% of it going to the US. Some of it can be redirected to other overseas markets, but a significant portion of production capacity will return to the domestic Chinese market. However, according to the factory owner, the domestic market has been monopolized by e-commerce platforms, and the high cost and low price competition among peers makes it impossible to make any profit. Mr. Wang, the owner of a fitness equipment factory in Zhejiang, told foreign media that his factory primarily produces treadmills and fat-burning machines for export to Europe and the US. After the tariff war began, orders from the US stopped, and the domestic market has been monopolized by e-commerce platforms. Sale costs are high, and the business is no longer profitable. The factory next door, which made outdoor products, went bankrupt. Mr. Wang said, "The impact on the US market is huge. There are no orders anymore. Many big platforms now encourage foreign trade to switch to domestic sales, but the competition is really fierce and it's not profitable at all. Shipping costs are so high. The e-commerce platform's expenses are also very high, and the gross profit is less than 8%, not counting employee wages. For graphic designers, customer service, and warehouse staff, there must be dozens of people. Our e-commerce branch in Suzhou gets visits from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau every day, saying our labels are unqualified, or we don't have the required production and operation licenses, or that we're missing some certifications. There are too many problems." The US-China trade war has caused export shrinkage, slowed growth, and an increased risk of business bankruptcies. Foreign trade hubs like Dongguan are hit the hardest. On April 21st, a vlogger posted a video saying,
"The biggest losers from the tariffs are likely to be these world factories. Dongguan has about 14,000 enterprises of a certain size, with 60% of them doing foreign trade exports. But now, with tariffs soaring and orders plummeting, the manufacturing industry is struggling. These foreign trade factories, to survive, have to turn to domestic sales. The whole industry is now even more fiercely competitive, and it's a competition to the death."
What he refers to as competing to the death is not just a snapshot of Dongguan, but a common challenge for China's manufacturing industry under the reshaped global trade landscape. The World Trade Organization has warned that the tariff war could shrink global goods trade by 1% to 25%. For Dongguan businesses that rely on exports, this is undoubtedly a heavy blow. Some factory owners in Dongguan are holding on, continuing to pay salaries, but their cash flow may only last for a few months. Some owners estimate that from June onward, many export companies will announce their closure or bankruptcy. As the US-China trade war continues to escalate, it means that the export engine driving China's economic recovery is at risk of stalling. The first quarter economic growth data for China exposed a key vulnerability. The reliance on foreign trade has not decreased. In fact, it has deepened. On April 18th, according to data released by China's National Bureau of Statistics, China's GDP grew 5.4% year-on-year in the first quarter of 2025, with net exports contributing nearly 40%, the highest for the same period in more than a decade. This data shows that exports are not only the main engine of economic growth, but their importance has further increased compared to 2024. The data also shows that the trade surplus with the US in the first quarter reached $77 billion, accounting for 28% of the total goods trade surplus. This reflects China's deep dependence on the US market, which is China's largest export market, accounting for 15% of total exports. It's worth noting that exports surged by 12.4% in March, mainly because companies accelerated shipments before the US significantly raised tariffs in early April. This front-loading effect resulted in impressive short-term data, but is not sustainable. Under the shadow of the escalating China-US trade war, the seemingly bright export boom is actually hiding extreme concerns in the industry about future prospects. Commentator Li Lingyi used a vivid metaphor, saying that the export increase caused by China's rush to ship in March is like a last flare-up, and in reality, China's foreign trade is essentially collapsing. Additionally, the Chinese government's official fiscal data further exposes the potential fragility of the economy. In the first quarter of 2025, tax revenue decreased by 3.5%, lower than the nominal GDP growth rate of 4.6%. This was linked to a 14% year-on-year increase in export tax rebates and tax reduction policies, indicating that the government is using rebates and other measures to support foreign trade businesses. Bloomberg pointed out that the slowdown in fiscal revenue occurred before the full impact of the tariffs, meaning that the Chinese government may need to take on more debt to support the economy. According to data, imports fell by 4.3% in the first quarter, reflecting weak domestic demand. The real estate market remained sluggish, investment decreased by 9.9%, and weak consumer confidence further restricted the contribution of domestic demand to economic growth. One Chinese internet user commented that while they may not understand economics, they understand logic. The total consumption of China's 1.4 billion people is less than a tenth of the total consumption of the US's 300 million people, despite China having the world's largest production capacity. This can only mean one thing: work is being done, but the money is not reaching the people. This person's comment points directly to China's structural economic problems: insufficient domestic demand and wealth distribution imbalance. The blockage of external demand is the result of Beijing's confrontation with the US, where insufficient domestic demand is the root problem of China's economy. For Western countries, consumption is the decisive force that drives the economy, but the consumption power of the Chinese people is inherently weak. According to the World Bank and National Bureau of Statistics, in 2024, Chinese household consumption expenditure accounted for 38.5% of GDP, while in the US it was 68%. In the first quarter of 2025, China's per capita disposable income was about $3,900, only 1/14 of that in the US. The total consumption expenditure of China's 1.4 billion people is about $5.5 trillion, which is indeed far lower than the US's $22 trillion for its 330 million people. It is about a quarter of the US total, not a tenth as the internet user claimed, but the gap is still significant. This reflects the low income levels of Chinese residents, conservative consumption habits, and the concentration of wealth in a few interest groups. China, as the world's factory, accounts for 30% of global manufacturing output, but many companies engage in low value-added original equipment manufacturer production with thin margins. For example, 60% of Dongguan's foreign trade companies are involved in private label production, with profit margins of only 3 to 5%. A statement by U.S. trade advisor Peter Navarro is particularly striking. He accused the Chinese economic model of impacting global trade, being unfair in its domestic wealth distribution, and posing a geopolitical expansion threat. He said that the evil government treats its people like slaves, dumping extremely cheap products worldwide. Wherever its products go, they cause widespread factory closures and unemployment. Instead of using the vast foreign exchange reserves it earns to benefit its hardworking people, the government allows a small group of elites to amass incredible wealth. Meanwhile, they expand military power and invest heavily in building aircraft carriers. This government uses funds extracted from its people to bribe and expand its influence in places like Africa, engaging in corruption to strengthen its geopolitical position. That's why the CCP needs to be contained. If U.S.-China relations continue to deteriorate, or if other countries follow suit in raising tariffs, China's exports will face even greater pressure. The Economist stated that the tariffs imposed by the U.S. on China are a death sentence for Chinese foreign trade. This is because China can only dump its goods on other countries, but these countries do not have the vast purchasing power of the U.S. market. As a result, these countries will also impose heavy taxes and anti-dumping measures to protect their domestic industries. For the Chinese people, a fierce trade war with the U.S. is the last thing anyone wants to see, because it could make life even harder for the hundreds of millions of working people in China. Deputy researcher Wang Jiaxi at the National Security Research Institute of Taiwan's National Defense and Security Research Academy predicts that U.S.-China trade could shrink by 80% in the next 6 months. Not only could China's GDP drop by 3 percentage points, leaving only 2% growth, but unemployment could rise by as much as 30 million people. If the current unemployment rate, which is already over 5%, is added to this, the rate could double to as high as 11%. This would create tremendous pressure on China, akin to a devastating disaster.
Is this the best survival?
Might have to go. 今天，美国宣布对来自于东南。
Today, the U.S. announced new tariffs on solar panels from 3 Southeast Asian countries, as high as 3,521%. You heard that right, 3,521. Is this number strong enough for you? The countries involved are Cambodia, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand. This means there's no chance for China's solar re-export trade.
Some social media users reacted. It's so accurate. Over 95% of solar panels in Southeast Asia are for re-export to China. They're the ones who made the agreements with China. Didn't people say they weren't afraid of the tariff war and were promoting re-export trade? Others joked sarcastically. Isn't the government encouraging turning export into domestic sales? Well, let's announce that all solar panels used for over 30 days should be replaced immediately. I'll do it too. Throw the old one off the roof, but avoid hitting anyone.
This is crazy. The final tariff is much higher than the initial one, clearly aiming to block the export of solar products from these Southeast Asian countries. It's ruthless. These four countries currently supply about 77% of the solar components to the US. And last year, their solar exports totaled $12.9 billion US. This means the solar industries in these Southeast Asian countries are basically done for. Meanwhile, Laos and Indonesia's export opportunities will become even more important.
On April 21st, the U.S. announced the final results of a year-long trade investigation. The investigation found that solar manufacturers in Cambodia, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand unfairly benefited from government subsidies and sold products to the U.S. below production costs. The U.S. Department of Commerce stated that because Cambodian manufacturers refused to cooperate with the investigation, Cambodian solar products would face tariffs as high as 3,521%. Certain Vietnamese companies would face tariffs up to 395.9%, those in Thailand at 375.2%, and Malaysia's national tariff rate would be 34.4%. The day after the tariff announcement, Cambodian media reported that the government would amend laws to prevent country of origin laundering of Chinese products to avoid the 49% tariff. Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Manet stated, "We won't take sides between the U.S. and China." U.S. Trade Representative Jamison Greer said that the U.S. cannot let countries shift from one jurisdiction to another to avoid tariffs, and that loopholes must be closed. For example, China may ship parts to Vietnam, where they're assembled, and then claim that the products are made in Vietnam. He said the U.S. will broadly enforce applicable tariffs to prevent this behavior. Some social media users pointed out that solar products are of strategic importance to the Chinese government, and Cambodia is an important overseas production base for Chinese solar equipment. Trump's special tariffs on Chinese solar products are a precise strike, just like the earlier crackdown on Huawei. Former U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned in 2024 that China was dumping excess production capacities to the world. This referred to China's recent 3 new exports that they're proud of: electric vehicles, solar panels, and lithium batteries. In the face of China's sluggish economic recovery and weak consumer demand, Chinese authorities hope to boost exports to stimulate economic growth. Chinese Premier Li Qiang emphasized that in 2023, exports of these 3 new products grew by nearly 30%. A confidential document from 2021 revealed the state of clean energy, like solar panels in China, hinting that the Chinese government was luring the U.S. into a new energy arms race, with solar being a key part of the plan. Photovoltaic, PV, is short for photovoltage, referring to the photovoltaic effect in semiconductor materials that directly converts solar radiation into electrical energy. Solar energy is one of the most important components of green energy. China is the largest renewable energy market and equipment manufacturer globally. Its photovoltaic industry holds a dominant position worldwide, with 7 of the top 10 companies in the global PV component ranking being Chinese. The industry supplies more than 70% of the components for the global market. Commentator Li Lingyi believes the CCP's subsidy policy for the photovoltaic industry is part of its usual strategy. First, it's It supports a large industry with subsidies, then squeezes out almost all competitors worldwide, making the world reliant on a supply chain controlled by the CCP. Finally, after monopolizing the market, they raise prices and make huge profits or use this to gain political leverage. It's worth noting that the green energy considered politically correct today focuses on results over process. This approach promotes the benefits of renewable energy for green and environmental protection, while ignoring or avoiding the heavy pollution and energy consumption involved in the manufacturing of these products. The massive hidden pollution cost of industries like photovoltaics is also one of the key reasons why China has become the world's leading green energy manufacturing country. Some online users have pointed out that China, with the world's largest market and factories, can dominate competitors in the photovoltaic and new energy industries in terms of cost and scale. This energy competition is an arms race more important than semiconductors. If the US is dragged into this arms race where it does not have an advantage, it will not only pay a heavy economic price, but could also lose the war due to environmental pollution costs. On the other hand, if the US opens its market and allows China's photovoltaic equipment to dominate the US, it will face a very dangerous situation. For example, the notorious surveillance giant Huawei has long been involved in the photovoltaic industry, growing into a leader in photovoltaic inverters with CCP support. It has ranked #1 in the world for consecutive years. Unlike in smartphones, telecommunications, and electric vehicles, Huawei has been very low-key and secretive in the photovoltaic field. Before the CCP's global dominance of photovoltaic equipment, Huawei was reluctant to expose its role in the photovoltaic industry. Some online users have said that Trump's tariffs on the 4 Southeast Asian countries are clearly a strategic move targeting the CCP's photovoltaic industry. Trump's current strategy is to avoid falling into this trap, neither competing with the CCP in photovoltaics nor allowing the CCP's equipment to enter the US. This will also ruin the CCP's new energy strategy, which has been carefully planned over the years, along with the massive investments, all falling apart in one fell swoop. According to reports, due to the continued economic downturn and severe internal competition, 39 out of 121 listed Chinese photovoltaic companies experienced net profit losses in the first 3 quarters of 2024. Among the 15 leading companies in the industry chain, 12 reported losses, and 11 saw a drop in net profit of over 100%. Meanwhile, the prices in each segment of the photovoltaic industry chain have decreased by 60 to 80% compared to the 2023 peak. Several top photovoltaic companies have been accused of breaking through their cash costs, triggering US investigations for dumping low-priced products. While facing significant losses, China's photovoltaic industry also saw a major decline in exports in 2024. Data shows that the total export value of photovoltaic products was approximately $32.02 billion, a year-on-year decrease of 33.9%. The main reason for the sharp decline is the rapid drop in product prices. Polycrystalline silicon prices fell by more than 39%, silicon wafer prices dropped over 50%, and solar cell prices fell by over 30%. Once considered a key strategic weapon by the CCP, the photovoltaic industry is now in a precarious situation. In this critical moment, Trump's precise strike has arrived, completely closing off the route for the CCP's photovoltaic re-export trade. Recently, foreign trade professionals in China have been suffering under the heavy burden of tariffs, desperately trying to save themselves. Some are discussing how to lower prices for domestic sales, others are directly selling online, and some are even live streaming sales at ports. However, the most discussed topic is shifting production lines for re-export, as re-export seems to be the only opportunity for China's foreign traders. But after Trump announced a 3,521% tariff on Cambodia, some netizens immediately warned that re-export trade is no longer viable.
The Ministry of Commerce recently issued a warning stating that countries like Vietnam and Thailand are tightening checks on counterfeit certificates of origin. Vietnam's Ministry of Industry and Trade has required companies to strengthen raw material traceability to prevent export issues due to origin problems. Thailand has also strictly tightened the review of certificates of origin for 42 types of products, such as aluminum film and electric bicycles, to combat attempts to evade US and European tariffs. The US is also planning to introduce a global goods tracking system, and stronger trade enforcement legislation to implement joint penalties for re-export trade. Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand have been listed as the first batch of monitored countries, with export companies needing to ensure the traceability of raw materials, comply with international trade risks, and avoid high fines or trade restrictions. We've seen many reports recently suggesting that re-export trade is no longer feasible. We've also heard from colleagues in Canada and Mexico saying the same.
Comments from netizens have been somewhat surprising. Just a few days ago, some people were promoting that re-export trade in Southeast Asia would explode. Regardless of whether the news is good or bad, if it's true, just give it a like. To further explain the actions taken in the tariff war, President Trump posted on Truth Social on April 20th, listing 8 common tactics the CCP uses to circumvent tariff penalties, including manipulating exchange rates, replacing tariffs with value-added tax subsidizing exports, dumping products below cost, state subsidies, creating trade barriers under the guise of agricultural standards, like the EU banning genetically modified corn, technical standard barriers like Japan misusing bowling ball tests, mass counterfeiting, piracy, and intellectual property theft, transshipment through third countries to evade tariffs. Transshipment refers to China's strategy of rerouting exports through third countries to avoid high tariffs. The Financial Times recently reported that a Temu seller based in Guangzhou is setting up factories overseas, including establishing a final processing point in Jordan before exporting products to the U.S. Nicholas Lardy, an expert on Chinese economic and trade policies, previously told Newsweek that there are many tricks in China's export operations. They might use a Jordanian as a front person, while the company responsible for exports to the U.S. may actually be fully owned by Chinese capital. He added that if tariffs were the only tool, the U.S. would certainly have the advantage in the trade imbalance. But China has many ways around it. Former U.S. trade negotiator Wendy Cutler said, "In recent years, more and more Chinese enterprises have set up factories in third countries to avoid U.S. tariffs. Vietnam is one of the most popular choices, and this has led to a rapid increase in Vietnam's trade deficit with the U.S." Clearly, Trump is currently focusing on the CCP's transshipment activities. Southeast Asian countries, under pressure from Trump and weighing the pros and cons, have also taken a more cooperative stance toward the U.S. Faced with a joint effort from the Trump administration and several countries to block the CCP, Beijing has not backed down, but has instead threatened other nations. A spokesperson for China's Ministry of Commerce recently warned that if any country reaches an agreement with the U.S. that harms China's interests, China will take resolute and reciprocal countermeasures. Some netizens believe the CCP's transshipment activities. Southeast Asian countries, under pressure from Trump and weighing the pros and cons, have also taken a more cooperative stance toward the U.S. Faced with a joint effort from the Trump administration and several countries to block the CCP, Beijing has not backed down, but has instead threatened other nations. A spokesperson for China's Ministry of Commerce recently warned that if any country reaches an agreement with the U.S. that harms China's interests, China will take resolute and reciprocal countermeasures. Some netizens believe that the CCP leader is currently engaged in a high-stakes gamble, betting that Trump will eventually back down. As a result, the CCP is taking the risk of a full decoupling from the U.S. and is pushing ahead. The latest data shows that China's purchases of some U.S. goods have dropped to zero, indicating that the economic decoupling between the two countries is accelerating. On April 21st, Bloomberg reported that due to the U.S.-China trade war altering shipping routes, China's of liquefied natural gas from the U.S. plummeted to zero in March, after a sharp decline in the previous 2 months. According to official data released by Chinese Customs on Sunday, total American liquefied natural gas deliveries to China in the first quarter of 2025 fell by 70%. Geopolitical conflicts have caused the world's largest liquefied natural gas buyer and seller to decouple. The escalation of tariffs between China and the U.S. has led China to impose a 125% tariff on all U.S. goods, with China turning to imports from Indonesia and Qatar. Additionally, according to a Nikkei Asia report, since January 16 of this year, China's soybean and corn purchases from the U.S. have been zero. While reducing imports of agricultural products and resources from the US, China has increased its purchases from countries like Brazil. The Wall Street Journal reported on April 21st that as US-China economic relations decouple, the two countries may be headed toward a Cold War that extends beyond trade. As both sides seek to build their own camps, conflicts would deepen, possibly even leading to military tensions. Former senior US diplomat Rick Waters said, "The US and China are in a state of economic decoupling, and there do not seem to be any guardrails to prevent escalations in trade tensions from spreading to other areas. It's becoming difficult to argue that we're not in a new Cold War." For CCP leader Xi Jinping, this is a critical moment that requires mobilizing all resources. He and his core circle have been preparing for this since Trump's first term. After experiencing the initial shock of Trump's recent high tariffs, the CCP has entered full counteraction mode, vowing to fight to the end. Insiders have revealed that to minimize the political cost for Xi Jinping's leadership, CCP policy advisors are suggesting potential intermediaries to communicate with Trump, including former Singapore Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. However, these discussions have not made significant progress in either country's capitals, and both sides seem unwilling to negotiate urgently. As the communication deadlock continues, Washington may further restrict Chinese companies' access to U.S. technology, making it even harder to reverse the current trend of economic decoupling. Ryan Fedosiuk, former China policy advisor at the U.S. State Department, said that the U.S. Department of Commerce might significantly increase export controls by blacklisting subsidiaries of Chinese companies already on the trade blacklist. This would greatly increase the number of companies subject to U.S. export controls and accelerate decoupling. Although Xi Jinping is launching a full diplomatic offensive to persuade other countries not to yield to U.S. tariff pressure, the CCP's long-standing economic behaviors and its bottomless subsidies to specific industries are true protectionism, which has already alienated trade partners and neighbors. During his visit to Vietnam, Xi Jinping emphasized the deep friendship with Vietnam. But the Chinese military had recently conducted live fire drills in the Gulf of Tonkin to reaffirm its territorial claims over waters disputed with Vietnam. Jonathan Sin, a researcher on Chinese politics at the Brookings Institution, believes that even if China fails to form a unified front against Trump's tariffs, it will be beneficial for China to make other countries hesitate in adjusting their trade policies according to U.S. demands. He said, "Xi doesn't necessarily need these countries to choose Beijing. He just needs to prevent them from choosing Washington. That is part of why China's charm offensive has so far had such a dearth of charm." Some Chinese economists point out that the Trump tariff war is reshuffling the global order and constructing globalization 2.0, acting as a civilizational filter. For China to enter Trump's new world order, it must transform from a disruptor into a truly civilized nation, or else it will be eliminated. But will Communist China make changes in this unprecedented trade war? Some netizens believe that the 3,521% tariff is beyond the scope of economics, and Trump probably doesn't expect any change from Communist China. What he's doing now is sending a final warning through tariffs. Stay away from the CCP to avoid self-destruction.
Lawyer's reaction.
Okay, so they just register themselves, and then like it's a penny. So I told them that we have to change the price on it, and they wanted to walk out.
We already had a receipt. We paid for it.
We didn't steal anything. We paid for it.
Okay.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this store is making an allegation that there was a mistake, and due to that mistake, these customers are taking an item from less than value in the store. That is enough to allow the officer to investigate. And it's interesting because there's something that a lot of people don't know, which is that Home Depot actually has these crazy penny deals all the time. Something has been on clearance for a certain amount of time, their system will continue to mark that price down all the way until it gets to to a penny. So when these buyers checked out this item and it came up in their system as 1 penny, it actually was not a mistake. It means these buyers do not have to pay more than a penny because these Home Depot penny deals are well known.
Lawyer's reaction.
Okay, so they just register it by the register themselves, and then like it's a penny. So I told them that we have to change the price on it, and they wanted to walk out.
We already had a receipt.
Enjoy yourself.
The legend himself, Mark Phillips, man. How are you?
How you doing, man? I already say legend, but I'm good.
What you got for me today?
The show is called Black Time.
Black Time. Okay, look.
Yeah, it's about a group of friends, black of course, traveling through time. They find a time machine and go on all sorts of adventures, including robots, dinosaurs,
Slaves.
Did I say slaves?
Oh, no, you didn't. You said you were going through time. You know, black people and slaves go hand in hand, you know?
I wouldn't say, us and slaves go hand in hand. I don't think black people.
So no slaves?
Nah, bro, no slaves. We're going through time with, like I said, dinosaurs, aliens, robots, things.
As a rap group?
Nah, none of us is rapping. We're not rapping.
So you guys aren't going through different time periods performing for different people?
No, we're not doing that. No, we're not rapping. Nobody said nothing about no rapping, bro. Black time. So we go through time and we gotta fight bosses and whatnot. And,
like childhood trauma, growing up with broken households, no father figures, kind of white people terrorizing black people.
Bro,
like get out.
What the fuck does bosses got to do with childhood
Like get
trauma,
out,
bro?
right? Get out.
No, I mean, get out, man. Somebody already. Hey, look, I'm finna get out. Stop talking. Look, group of black friends, good people, going through time. We might get split up in different time periods, and we gotta fight together as groups.
But if you get split up, how are you guys gonna remain a sports team?
A local car dealer has announced a hands on a hard body promotion in which a used dirt.
So, you like taking dirt bikes that don't belong to you, huh? Then here, have a whole carton of cigarettes.
Peter, that's not what this is about.
See how you like them. Here, I'll even get you started.
Dad, I don't smoke.
Sure, you don't now, but keep at it. You'll get the hang of it. By the end of that pack, you'll be smoking like a real pro. Like a cool kid. Yeah, that's it. Getting smoother, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wait till you try it after a meal. Delicious.
I think I may want more cigarettes.
Oh, I'll get you more cigarettes. But I'm pretty mad about my dirt bike.
Lawyer's reaction.
TikTok, help me find this guy. He broke my spinner.
Broke it, boy. I know.
Even though you take a car to a car show and put it on display, that does not give you the right to mess with your car. And if they damage it by touching your vehicle while it's on display, they will be liable for the damage that they cause. Now, when you apply the law to the facts of this case, it would absolutely make the car owner liable. If you look carefully, ladies and gentlemen, there's a sign that says spending. And that, ladies and gentlemen, gives random strangers consent. And it's not like this man spun it in some sort of super aggressive, unreasonable way. He was doing exactly what the instructions instructed him to, which in this case would make the car owner liable for damages. If you think you have a case, you should have visited. I used to have a case.
Lawyer's reaction.
TikTok, help me find this guy. He broke my spinner.
Broke it, boy. I know.
Even though you take a car to a car show and put it on display, that does not give you the right to mess with your car. And if they damage it by touching your vehicle while it's on display, they will be liable for the damage to the car. Now, when you apply the law to the facts of this case, it would absolutely make the car owner
TikTok, help me find this guy, he broke my spinner.
Even though you take this car to a car show and put it on display.
Haven't I? Chris, are you? What? No. But why didn't you go out with that? What are you talking about? Mission?
I'm about to.
I mean, it's definitely. Am I dead inside?
It's definitely. I think you might.
Yeah, it's peeking in there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely.
Consuming and cooking your garlic right away, your garlic won't live up to its full protection. And that is because when you chop and crush your garlic, the enzyme alliinase converts alliin into allicin. It is that allicin within the garlic that is the powerhouse. And that's what's going to give you the anti-inflammatory properties to heal your body.
Wacht zo.
This is quite a famous phenomenon in Turkey, that there are huge cities deep beneath the earth. They're all cut out of stone, and archaeology does not have a good explanation about what they're there for, or why they were built, or when they were built. They were used by Christians, they were used by Muslims, they were used 2,000 plus years ago as homes in some cases. It makes sense that these underground cities were built as places of shelter, not as places to hide from an invading army. The last place you want to go if you have an invading army is to go hide underground. All they have to do is block up the entrances. They don't even have to fight you. But if you're dealing with a periodic event which will be over in a couple of weeks during the Younger Dryas, they're great places to retreat into. This is quite a famous phenomenon in Turkey, that there are huge cities deep beneath the earth. They're all cut out of stone, and archaeology does not have a good explanation about what they're there for, or why they were built, or when they were built. They were used by Christians, they were used by Muslims, they were used 2,000...
Jesus Christ, could this guy be sitting any closer to me? He's like obsessed with me. Oh my god, maybe he's a serial killer. Heb ik nou ontbeten? Kut, weer vergeten. Oh, he's gonna turn me into a coat. Ugh, why are Dutch people so bad at personal space? Ja, ik hou toch van de tram. Neem ik nooit. Kut, ik moet niet vergeten om mijn fiets naar de fietsenmaker te brengen. How do I get him to stop violating my personal space? Jezus, waarom kijkt deze guy me zo intense aan? Hey stranger, despite my professional success, as a result of a series of childhood traumas, I am deeply insecure. I'm Ashton, and I'm going to tell you my personal story. When I was 2 years old... No thanks.
The challenge with e-commerce is often difficult.
Do you know in the space station they recycle your urine and your crap?
Congratulations to that.
Well, they mean recycle it. They extract all the water from it. What's left is highly dried mineral. Yeah, water is water. It's a water molecule.
People's pee is in it.
That's correct. You got a bottle of water here?
Caveman pee.
This has
Napoleon's pee in it.
Yes, there are more molecules of water in this bottle than there are bottles of water in all the world's oceans. If you drank this and peed it out, you have enough molecules in your pee and in your sweat and in the moisture that you exhale. All that goes back into the environment, scattering into all sources of water of the world, and there's enough of those molecules to occupy every half liter of water that covers the surface of this earth. So that given enough time, you scoop a cup of water out of there. That is water that has passed through the kidneys of Abraham Lincoln, Genghis Khan, Joan of Arc, Socrates.
Plato.
No.
Jesus? Can I get a bottle of Jesus?
I'm trying to get my Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure list going here. You just ruined it. But yes, Jesus would be included in that, so would Socrates. Do you know in the space station they recycle your urine and your crap?
Congratulations to them.
Well, I mean recycle it. They extract all the water from it. What's left is highly dried mineral. Yeah, water is water. It's a water molecule.
People's pee is in it.
That's correct. You got a bottle of water here?
Caveman pee.
This has
Napoleon's pee in it.
Yes, there are more molecules of water in this bottle than there are bottles of water in all the world's oceans. If you drank this and peed it out, you have enough molecules in your pee and in your sweat and in the moisture that you exhale. All that goes back into the environment, scattering into all sources of water of the world, and there's enough of those molecules to occupy every half liter of water that covers the surface of this earth. So that given enough time, you scoop a cup of water out of there. That is water that has passed through the kidneys of Abraham Lincoln, Genghis Khan, Joan of Arc, Socrates. No.
Jesus? Can I get a bottle of Jesus?
I'm trying to get my Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure list going here. You just ruined it. Joan of Arc. Socrates.
Plato.
No.
Jesus? Can I get a bottle of Jesus?
I'm trying to get my Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure list going here. You just ruined it. But yes, Jesus would be included in that, so would Socrates. Do you know in the space station they recycle your urine and your crap?
Congratulations to them.
Well, I mean recycle it. They extract all the water from it. What's left is highly dried mineral. Yeah, water is water. It's a water molecule.
People's pee is in it.
That's correct. You got a bottle of water here?
Caveman pee.
This has
Napoleon's pee in it.
Yes, there are more molecules of water in this bottle than there are bottles of water in all the world's oceans. If you drank this and peed it out, you have enough molecules in your pee and in your sweat and in the moisture that you exhale. All that goes back into the environment, scattering into all sources of water of the world, and there's enough of those molecules to occupy every half liter of water that covers the surface of this earth. So that given enough time, you scoop a cup of water out of there. That is water that has passed through the kidneys of Abraham Lincoln, Genghis Khan, Joan of Arc, Socrates.
trick guy? She had one unlock the doors to receptionist. My friend is the key. Wait, what? We found it in Spain, but around here we call it the devil's tick. Put magic mushroom on it.
Well, hey boys, how about my phone call? 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 Hey boys, how about my...
Ne? Wat? Wat wil je? Wil je passion? Ja? Wil je passion? Even wachten. Even wachten. Wachten. Oké, passion.
Of course, it starts the moment I'm turn around.
Why do I fart so much? Holy shit. Hi. Hi. Mana? Kemana? Kemana ke mana? 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 I'll do what I can.
What's on your mind?
Little ones with big appetites.
Safe travel.
Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey.
How do I attract all these minions? 2 words. Funnel cake.
Good cleave. Tie. Okay.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
Where's my triple at? What do I want to give HP here? I have no clue. That's too much. Let me go first, please. Hopefully it's my relic. Yes. Hit my relic again. Yes. $1,000 though. That's a bit too much. $50 per. Yeah, ain't no way.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
Hmm.
This laptop may resemble a forbidden glory hole, but it's actually what a company's IT department considered data destruction. That's right.
Don't tell the others. I'm with you. Any defeat that doesn't destroy you makes you stronger. It's good to get some minions in play.
Name?
Tommy.
Tommy what?
Tommy Reed.
Age?
22.
22. Current occupation?
Burgers.
Do you have any GCSEs?
Well, you see, we don't have GCSEs in Scotland, we just have standards.
Oh, I'm sorry, do you have any standards?
No.
Do you have any hobbies or interests?
No.
Come on, must be able to think of something.
Oh.
Finally, do you have any medical conditions that would prevent you from becoming a pilot?
Fear of flying.
I think it went. Oh man.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
Ever from a
Fun fact: the Great British.
Got some fresh recruits for you. It's good to get some minions in play.
Our scarce resource these days.
yourself back up and turn it around.
But I can't.
A good tactical choice. Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you. Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
begins here.
Better hire a recruit while you can.
I need more time. Oh no. Ah, 2-6, bro. I need that tier 6, bitch. Fucking lucky.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. Hiring that minion will get you a trip. Exactly what you were looking for.
Gems are a scarce resource these days.
What have I become?
The love flows, and I flow with it.
Destroy the surface dwellers.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
Okay, okay.
Your minions really pulled their weight. Exactly what you were looking for.
I see their end. The lava flows, and I flow with it.
Yes. Goodbye, sucker.
Your minions really pulled their weight. Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
No ground breakers to be found. Wow.
You're doing great out there.
He's found another one. Insanely unlucky for me. That's some bullshit that he's found another one. And I still haven't found a single one.
We all hit some bumps now and then.
That's crazy.
Hire a recruit while you can.
Nope, not the right one. Not the right one, but it's alright. Oh, okay. I guess I have to go for this.
That's quite the army you're building, friend.
Destroy the surface dwellers.
You tread on sacred ground.
No, and I still haven't found it yet. Still. Come on, Groundbreaker. Finally.
I think you can win this thing.
No. Decent trade, but not optimal. I'll lose this one. I'm even dead. Wow. What a joke. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking game. Fucking game, bro. Now I get a Groundbreaker all the way at the end. I should have had it ages ago. Fucking bullshit. I should have been in first place there. But I'm just not allowed. There's buddies in the game too. Cool. Dragon, Mech, Parrot, Quillbore, Undead. Dragon, Mech, Parrot, Quillbore, Undead. Dragon, Mech, Parrot, Quillbore, Undead.
People about your problems. You know that 90%
People don't believe that ancient humans had any intellect at all. And they say, oh, they couldn't have built this. It must have been by aliens. But give our freaking species some credit for figuring stuff out.
So how do you explain these pyramids being on various continents?
A couple of things. First, the most stable structure you can possibly build is a pyramid. Pyramids don't blown over in the wind. And even when they erode and still keep a pyramid shape. Maybe ancient civilizations built all kinds of structures. They just didn't survive thousands of years of erosion and corrosion. It was Europeans coming to Africa, seeing an amazing civilization that they could not imagine an African build, and they must then invoke some other cause that enabled them to build it. Excuse me, clever people come in all colors. Consider also that when they built the pyramids, were they in a hurry? Did they have a shortage of labor? Of course not. Pyramid could take 100 years to build with 1,000 people. Give me 100 years and 1,000 people, I'll build any damn thing without the help of aliens.
Nah, for real? Did I miss the first turn? Wow, I missed the first turn. Fucking sad. How did I miss it? I'm so stupid. I thought I had time. Damn, that's stupid. That's unfortunate.
Have you ever met the League of Explorers? Great acts.
buy 9 minions. Oh. Well, I'm gonna have to tier anyway. What was that against? I don't even know.
I'm a senior explorer now. I love catching some waves.
Wow.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
Better laundered than squandered. That makes it 12-12 though. That's a lot of stats. Oh.
strongest, but it'll fight hard.
A melody of love.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits. Don't tell the others. I'm
I'm fucked. That first turn I missed is just too fucked up. Fuck it. Whatever.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
Shit, I should have taken the one among them. I'm probably dead.
Hey, what's the matter, pal? Don't you remember the little people?
For kicks.
Oh, yeah.
I believe Sean Archer busted you for stalking you and Secretary General.
Both is good.
Wist je dat je nu... Laura, dat raak je.
Hey, my favorite commander is back. Ready to get started? Have a good battle, friend. Your minions really pulled their weight. I think you can win this thing. The battle is really raging out there.
Such soothing beats.
Keep up the momentum, friend. You're good at this.
Shit, I shouldn't have done that. Slash law. They got me.
The battle is really raging out there.
Time to set this place on fire. Please the dragon portrait. Let's go. Terragosa right there. Need some more money. This one too. Can sell this. And this. Come on, Terragosa. Nope, but this is really good too. That is really good. That is big. I'll keep that for sure. There's one Murlocs. One Murlocs, okay. Hopefully he has no venomous. Boom, 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 and boom. Nothing died, wow. Crazy. Shit, I need another Terragosa, please. Quicker. no, I'm on divine shield. I got it back. Well. Start of combat times 2, please. Twice, come on. Nope. Where did my rupture go? To miss, but we had to dodge. Alright, so I wanted to show this on stream real quick. This is my portraits right now. I think this will be really good. Imagine if I had the other Alliance keychain too. That would be crazy. The amount of stats this one will gain. I think this guy has Venomous. At least, I hope so. I hope he has Venomous. He's the only one that's using Venomous too in this game. Like, I've been owning everyone except for this guy. As you can see, he did 15 damage to me last time. But back then I only had one Terragosa. And I was much weaker. Let's see. Very nice. And easy build. Oh, no, not that one. No. He has to hit this one. This one has to hit this. No. Hit. Yes! Oh, let's go! Holy shit. Alright, GG. That was it. Oh, hey, Nate. Man, I just destroyed that guy. Maybe I need to get a new hero power, actually. Yeah, let's, Oh, I could double its attack power, too. Oh! No way. Nah, I'll do, this one instead. Death Rattle. I think that's fine. Yes, the pants. That's what I was looking for. It's better if this one has a taunt. Because the other one gains double the stats. I needed another Terragosa. Oh, too bad. No Terragosa. Look at these stats. Ooh. Ay, mana. Oh, one mana. Alright, let's see these stats. Oh, you can't see. Oh, you can see it. You can see it, yeah. Oh no, not 1 health. The 1 health. Oh no. Oh, 34,000 damage. Oh, 12,000 health. Oh, that's insane. It's so stupid, this build. I only need 2 units and I win this game. I just need 2 units and then I win it. That's crazy. Not that interesting stuff, but whatever. Okay, that's 1. Nope, don't need those. Okay, I guess I'm getting another one of those. Do you see this, bro? Holy shit. This is so funny. Alright, let's see. Oh, he has no venomous. Well, too bad for him. Even though he has a lot of that stats, he's not gonna win this one. How much is that? 200k? That's crazy. I'm up against demons. Alright, beer back real quick.
Let's see these stats here.
He's one venomous. Uh-oh. No way. Oh, yes, yes, let's do this. Damn. Oh, I need to sell this one then. $230,000. That's crazy, bro. I see a Hearthstone. Yeah, do you see the stats on it? Look at this. 230,000. 2, 3, 3, 0, 3, and then 8. What the hell? This is so funny. Maybe I should remove one cleaver so I can do double this one. Nah, it's fine, it's fine. I need to win, I need to win. It's probably not gonna go much more than this anyway. He's gonna have more crap too on it. He only has 2? That's not good for him. Uh-oh, buff, please, buff a cleaver. Yes, one cleaver's buffed. And one of those. Look at this thing! This is so funny. That small elemental had that much stats. That's crazy. I wonder if that's my biggest unit I've ever had. I'm gonna check my list now, if that's the biggest one I had. Collection. Oh, no, not collection. Stats, I think. Biggest minion. Yeah, it's this one. 230,000 damage. 47,000 health. Wow. Alright, I'll close Hearthstone again. There we go, back to WoW. Wait, can I do whatever's in foreground or whatever? No. There's no... Okay. Man, that was so funny. Those stats. 230,000, that's crazy. Alright, just in time. I almost missed my shop. Is this too loud? I feel like this is too loud. There we go. Alright, take this and this. Alright, that's exactly what I wanted. Long time no see, by the way, Nate. How have you been? Or at least I feel like it's been a while. Maybe it's just been one day. Wow, I've just been stuck here forever. How long am I gonna be stuck here? Bro! I'm stuck forever! Alright, whatever. That's crazy. I've been alright. I'm not looking forward today, as I have butt jobs. Ooh. Bro. That does not sound nice, yeah. It does not sound nice. Butt jab, like... Varanus, yes, I want that. And the tier 2, I guess. Really sticky? Nice, I won. Wow, I lost barely. So close. What tier am I though? I'm tier 3. That's a very good one. I hope I get the tier 7 demon. If I get the tier 7 demon, I'm gonna be so strong. Oh. Should I stream WoW or the Hearthstone? I don't know. This guy looks sick. With his icy weapon on his weapons. Look at him role-playing. Oh, I got the Quillbore. Okay, maybe I should go over to Quillbore then. I think I might, if I get the right units. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely going Quillbore now. Hey, hey. what I was looking for. But okay. Oh yeah.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
Oh, a tie. No way, I won. No way. With 1 health, that's crazy. Unexpected. Insanely good trades. What am I gonna do here? Do I want to buff him? Or... Nah, whatever. I should probably buff it like so. I should like so. Hey, hey!
Your wish is my decision.
Down a minion and up I go. Look at all the pretty colors. Come on down.
Troll girl, please. Yes! Oh, yes.
You're down a minion and up a goal. You tread on sacred ground.
I don't really have space for that, so... Vroom, 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 vroom. Okay, come on. I need to win this. If I don't win this, I'm fucked. Okay, I should win this. I should. Should. Maybe I should really stream Hearthstone instead. I'm paying more attention to that. Hopefully I can get a triple off that. You know? No, I don't need that. That's too much. Well, what am I gonna remove? I don't have anything to remove. Nothing yet. I guess. Nothing yet, yeah. Where's Lily? What's Lily doing? Hmm? I need a triple, come on. Lily! Be right back. Oh. $900 health. Okay, that's good. What? My tier 7's not even dead. What the heck? Come on, where's my triple at? No triple, okay. Maybe I should just put this one down instead. Yeah, I'll do it. Oof. I got this. Come on, triple.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits. Better hire a recruit while you can.
No triples, okay. Who knows? Maybe I survive. Maybe.
Everyone's gunning for you. Watch out.
Nah, he dead. I won this. Hey. Get a plain copy of your leftmost minion. Okay, interesting. What is there? Beast, Dragon, Mech, Murloc, Quillbore. Beast, Dragon, Mech, Murloc,
Long time no see, friend. We missed you in town. Don't tell the others. I'm you. Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
I'm down. I'll lose.
Any defeat that doesn't destroy you makes you strong. Have a good battle, friend.
Oof. Hit right. Yes. Nice. Relic. Ooh. Maybe I should go over to Quilboar actually. Because that's a really good one. Should have gotten that one. Okay. Hey, hey. Lily. 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 Als op jullie. Damn, that's a lot of damage. What the fuck does he have a Chogra? How? Okay, bro. That's insane. Ah, what garbage. Aye. Okay, whatever. I need that, yep. 1, 2. 3. I think I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Eighth spot, last spot. That's crazy. Thorium, yes. Interesting. What do I go for here? Dragon is probably best. If I can stack it. can go either dragons or Naga, I suppose. No hunter of gatherers? Uh-oh. Tier 4. How am I gonna buff it? I got no clue. Come on. Alright, whatever, I suppose. Wow. Of course I find some fucking garbage. How am I gonna do this?
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits. Down a minion and up a goal. That's what I would
Wow.
I've got some fresh recruits for you. Now we are in business.
Oh no, he has a cleave. Uh-oh. I'm dead. Wow. I'm so dead. It's Jover. Sad. Fucking 5th place. Is it? 6th?
It's inside our ear, and you have the ability to tap into it. It's called the comet. So inside the ear, there is one major nerve that runs through this area. It's called the vagus nerve, and it's part of the parasympathetic nervous system. How many millions of people worldwide are under stress, anxiety, can't sleep, have digestive problems, have high blood pressure, as well as other circulatory problems in our arms and legs, hands and feet, where they're always cold,
Tier 3 units suck to reroll.
I've been freelancing since they trashed my place in Dallas.
Uh-oh.
Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it around.
Oh, yeah. This guy's strong. This guy's super strong. If I don't get what I need, I'm pooped. I need a Nether Drake now. Nether Drake, come on.
The battle is really raging out there. Better hire a recruit while you
I don't need these. Fuck. No, I have to use it on this. The fuck is this shit? Ay, ay, ay. Man, this sucks. I hate this of this fucking Hearthstone that you sometimes you just don't find what you need. What am I supposed to do then? If I really don't just find anything that I need? Nothing. Okay, well. At least I survive this fight. Find me the nether drake, please. Finally. No hunter of gatherers. No hunter of gatherers, okay. I'm fucked. And I'm stupid apparently too. Because the Stormbringer... Interesting. I didn't know it worked like that.
Welcome back. How's it going out there? Go big or go home, I always say.
Again against him? What? Again? What the fuck? So unfair. Why do I have to fight this strongest guy 2 times already? Give me some time, please. Making me fight against the strongest guy. Hunter of Gatherers, please. Nope. There we go. Stacking is still way too low.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
Nope, didn't find what I needed. It's over. He did 15 damage to me. Okay, at least I'm in top 4. Long wait for BGs. Yeah, it's about 2 minutes. It's kind of slow. In the morning it was like 1 minute. It should stay like this until, I don't know, I guess around 5 or 6. And then it'll go back to 1 minute, I think. Wow. What a lucky guy. That's crazy. Oh. Okay. I need how much more? 174k more. Okay. Still a long way to go. And Lily. There we go. It doesn't show. I was gonna check how long I've been in the queue, but it should be around 2 minutes, yeah. Ooh. Right? Wait, what was that? A time? Whatever. I guess I'm going dragons again. On Hearthstone, I mean. I guess I should not try to get that kill there. Oh, no way. Already? I don't really need Terragosa though. I do want that spell. Although, there's one gold coin though. Fuck it. I'll reroll. Okay, whatever. Double gold would have been nice for my Thorim. Oh shit, I'm losing. Am I gonna die from the dots? Probably. I don't want to waste my money. Whoa. I could just teleport again. No Hunter of Gatherers, that's a shame. I don't need a poet. Should have sold it along with this interrogator. Maybe I should still do it. I've got my permits. So unfortunate. 2 discovers, and I did not find what I needed. Two more weeks to go, or only one? After this one more week. After this one. I'm already halfway there. Oh. Wow, I gouged him at the same time. That's so lucky for me. Oh, he flashed. Wow, how sad for him. How sad for him. Man, oh man. Blizzard's new stunned. Which one? Damn, a single parry and he can't do shit anymore. Blind also does nothing but bad. Orc 20 times better. Yeah, he also heard Trump's new stunned. Kind of funny. Yeah, only one more week after this one. Wow. I'm dead. Okay. If you have top 25 holders in Trump coin. Sick. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Top 25 holders. That's crazy. No. Hey, Simone. Are you running the time? Long time no see, man. Bro. Oh. I hope they wipe now, but probably not. Planning on playing some classic. How's the game going? News? I mean, it's alright. In a week, ZG will be out, you know, Zoo Group. and their world bosses. I don't like that they nerfed quite a bunch of things, but or like they made some stuff worse, I guess. What's intended is what they call it. Like, you know, when you put combo points on a player, if you swap targets, you lose the combo points. No, this is just classic. Vanilla. I used to play the Season of Discovery, but I don't know, I got bored of it. I need 170k more honor for this week. After the week after this one, I'll be rank 14. Is this skilled all content like 500%? Yeah. But it's cool. I'm still enjoying to play it, so. I had to play a rogue this time around. Normally I would play paladin, but this time I played rogue. Going to eat? Have fun, my friend. Alright, thanks, man. Enjoy your dinner. Or food, I mean. It's not dinner time yet. Let's see. Still expensive. Why pick rogue instead of paladin? I don't know, I just felt like it. I didn't feel like playing paladin again and being forced to heal. I just didn't want to. I was like, nah. I played it so much already anyway. How many do I have? I've got 100. 306. Okay. 1, 2, 3. You got a warrior and priest, right? Yeah. You have your guild anyway. Alright. You should be able to play Pala. If you have a guild which allows it. Yeah, but we already have one paladin like that. And I doubt they are gonna want another one. Plus, I don't really feel like farming on another character anyway. Yeah, if I was sooner, then it might have been possible, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna be that much fun on this, probably. Phoenix was also alright. Yeah, if only the Phoenix was still alive. This guy's making a portal. Oh. Help click someone, yeah. Then they leave. Instant 20 people leave, yeah. It is funny. Oh, somebody left. Is this guy Duca or something? I should say the report button exists, you know? Yeah, I know, right?
Danger approaching. I need help. Help me. I need help. Heads up. 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 Heads up.
What is this guy's name? Papi Donaldo. Damn, this guy's gear is pretty good. By the way, in ZG there will be a belt from the quest, which is like 18 agility, 18 strength, 1% hit, 18 stamina, something like that. I might replace it for this, but probably not. It's probably not worth it still. The dagger skill is probably still better. I need at least one item with dagger skill, I think. And since I replaced the dagger... Oh, he's running. Uh-oh, there's a walla coming. Oh shit, I thought I pressed Control Q instead of Shift Q. No, I can never reach. And when I do, he will just death coil me. This is so mean. No. I don't want to waste my cooldown on one asshole. I wouldn't be able to kill him anyway, even if I tried. Did you want to get a Shadowcraft or fuck it? Thought you were going for it. Yeah, I don't know still. I'm not sure if I should. It's quite a farm that I have to do as well. No, he's too fast. I can't catch him. No. I need, yeah, I do. I will need skins from Skolo. I'm also gonna need those whelp skills, I think, from UBRS. I also need UBRS chest piece, a few pieces. I need all of the pieces, really. I don't really feel like doing it, honestly. I'm not sure if it's worth it or not. But if my guildie does it, and he does like a lot more DPS, then okay, yeah, I'll swap. But otherwise, nah. Let me check real quick. I don't know. That sounds pretty good, yeah. Just not sure if it's worth it. Since, I mean, I do use daggers, but damn. Oh, online's one.
What can I do for you?
Hey.
Be good.
It will do some damage for abilities and auto attack. It's probably worth. I will lose quite some damage and crit and hit. It's like I lose everything, but I gain energy regen, you know? Like, what pieces would I swap? Yeah, that would be pretty sick. That would be pretty sick. Yeah. Hammer build would be really good then, just to speed it up. Although, I can't combine it though. I think it's 5 pieces for, It's 5 pieces, yeah. For the 15% damage. And you need 4 from the other. Human, orc, dwarf, night elf, undead, tauren, gnome, troll. What's missing here? Nothing misses. Why is it races on it though? That's interesting. That gear is so good. Holy shit. I lose 1% hit though. %1 hit on boots. Yeah. Even though they can't even be supposed to be for PvP. Yeah, Eviscerate is really big. It's just too much damage. Should be Abyss and Rupture. Wow. If it was Rupture as well, that'd be really nice. I feel like Rupture does way too little damage. It should do like 1,000, I feel. That'd be good. Yeah. Could blink or gouge someone and your own dots. Didn't interrupt. Wow. That's crazy. Just dot and then gouge. Let me just wait. Okay. Dot the gouge again. Didn't interrupt. That's crazy. What are you gonna do against that? Yeah. 250k. Yeah. Lightning blast. You can't dodge it. Rogues were really crap in Kata. I think probably worst of the 60s. No. Kill him. Yes. And they go back. They're missing a lieutenant now. No. I have it on me. This morning I had a really fun game. The Horde did not have any healers, or very little. And they were at Vandar, you know, and I picked them off one by one while they were killing the mobs outside. It was really funny. They kept coming in with low health and I ambushed them, I go back, I stealth, I ambush the next one, go back, stealth. It was really clean. In the end, there were only like 6 warriors left over in the end. I even killed 2 of the warriors at that point. It's so funny. I could just stand in front of, I mean, I could just stand out of stealth in front of Van and they couldn't do anything because it was just warriors. Come on. I'm being fully dotted. I mean, he can kill me now at this point. It doesn't matter anymore. Okay, at least he's slowed. Almost a wipe at Galf. Good job, mate. Good job. That play costs 20% of mana can be dispelled because of disease. Yeah, I just stone form it off. It's kind of crazy how expensive the spells are for priest. Oh, whoops. Glad he did exhaustion and not agony. Because then I would have to stay on low health. For Paladin is free, you practically get mana. Yeah, true. Just in time. I don't see any hunter. Okay. I'm gonna be a pain in the butt for everyone because I'm gonna try and wipe them. If I wipe them, this will be a long game. Yeah, they still haven't learned. I can stand here safely. I don't even have to worry at all. It's like zero worry. It's all warriors and rogues. Was this a priest? If only I could mind control this guy into Drac, because then they'd have no more healer. Let's take a look. If I control him, I need to hope that he doesn't undo it. And if I control him, I need to hope he doesn't dispel him. It's too much risk. I better wait. If I want to secure a good one. Look at all that rage. They have so much rage. It's been 8 weeks. Maybe next week. Maybe, yeah, maybe. I feel like they're never gonna learn. Yeah, just blame the healers. Yeah, I should have, I don't know. What couldn't he do, you know? If only I could lure this priest to me. If this priest is no longer here, they cannot rest anymore. And then it's much easier to defend this. You rather want to keep healer there, kill other people? Yeah, it's not that easy to kill though. They have a lot of health and I do low damage. Buff me. Oh yeah, buff me. He healed me. Very nice. Oh, this one is rezzing. Oh shit, I should have looted the corpse. No. Oh, it's over. Nice. So rest. Wait while healer rests. Yeah. I should like zap him when he's rezzing, so he has to redo the 10 seconds again. So much more. At least I'm back on the list. I'm second highest on the as the rogues on the rogues. But there's so many warriors. I'm not sure what to go for anymore. I think I need these boots, yeah. Boots. .46 attack power is quite nice, honestly. Yeah. MC gloves would be insanely good. Do I want this cloak, 50 attack power, or do I want the ZG cloak? Or this one? It's kind of low in attack power, really. I don't know, really. I probably want the 50 attack power. It's probably better. I don't know, really. I need 24% for no glancing blows, right? I'm not even near it. Well, there's quite a few items that I still need for improvements. This one, of course, this is 1. And then this is 2. Glove and ring. I need these bracers. Glove, ring, bracers. Cloak. Boots. Maybe necklace. I think that's about it. I think that's it. Cloak, bracers. Oh, God. I'm stuck with this belt, though. Yeah, kinda. It's like 0.5% crit. Just check my crit chance. 20.20. 0.7 even. But 0.7, yeah. But it might be the 3 agility. That's a lot of crit chance, actually. .69 actually. Yeah. Yeah, Kings is really good. Also, next update, there will be Zul'Gurub buff as well, which is 20% all stats. So it's going to be even more insane to have that, you know? Or was it 10%? I forgot. It's 20% no, I forgot. 20% movement speed, I think. Yeah. I forgot what it was. Zandalar buff. 15% all stats, okay. 50 AP belt. Which is a 50 AP belt? Which belt is that? Oh, you mean instead of the cloak? This is a cloak. Oy. There's this belt though. Belt of preserved heads, I think. Yeah, this one. Let me link it in game if I can. This one is from ZG, from a quest. That's pretty good. I could maybe swap it for this. It's not that much better though, if I get 25% more. It's like 3 agility, 3 strength extra. That's quite a lot of AP on it. Yeah. No, it's 15 from Zandalar. 15 and then 10% from Kings. But still, that's still very good. Oh, here they come. Ha 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 ha. You know, a hunter trap is the most insane. I think flare, mage slow effects are worse. Poly, only trap uber annoying is snake trap. The frost trap with entrapment. I stood still the entire duration of the entire trap basically. I jumped over the trap. I got rooted midair. I just stood there the whole time until the frost trap completely disappeared. I could literally do nothing. I was just snared forever. It's kind of bad luck. I don't know, it just kept repeating. I was mid-air basically for like 30 seconds. Yeah, because it applies every second, you know, so every second you get a chance to get in on you. Why is he pulling it away? I don't get it. I guess he thought it was a horde. There's a flare. Well, I was hoping they would do something at that point, but I guess they weren't ready. Considering the other guy was polymorphed. Not much to do there. Go, archers, go. Pew, 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 pew. Oh! Let's go back before I get dotted. Ooh. Just in time. He was about to dot me, this bitch. That healer has infinite mana. Oh, he survived. That healer is the issue. You just can't do anything because they have a healer. Pew pew. He reincarnated, only to die again. What the hell? There goes his Ankh. His Ankh. This shaman is the issue. How many frostbolts can he cast from that range? Holy. Hello? Oh, I'm gonna comment because of those things. Deep combat. No, I knew it. I would get dotted. They're coming for me. No. Out of range. He can hit me before I can hit him. You know what's insane with Taron? There's like no dead zone with the Taron. You cannot dead zone a Taron. It's just too insane. I tried it. He shoots at me or he hits me. It's crazy. Ha ha ha, he missed me. Oh, well, 1 kill is better than no kill. Maybe the hunter can kill him. A new hero power. Max, Murloc, Naga, Pirates, Quillboy. No. How have they not attacked the Drac yet? I mean Van yet.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
There's a rogue here and stuff. Maybe I can kill it. Wait, he's no longer here. He moved. Oh no, the rogue. He's back. Maybe I can be quick enough.
Here's hoping I don't squeak.
Oh no, no, he's healed. No, I can't. Shit. There's just no chance. I don't have enough damage. Maybe if I ambushed him there, I would have killed him. Okay, I'll take this. That's a good one. Honestly, I might as well take the mine. I mean, I'll just go up here. Fuck it. Might as well get some honor. If it's gonna be a long game.
Let's step up our game.
Oops, I could have had it on the field to get a triple. Holy shit. Oh. Cry foul, please. Game. Nope.
I've got some fresh recruits for you. Great. I can bring in more powerful minions now.
Finally. 23 minutes, wow.
Brains on me. See you soon.
60k.
Impressiona my power.
The US-China trade war has escalated dramatically, severely impacting China's export trade, and the country's economy may be on the brink of collapse. However, the economic downturn in China didn't start with the US trade war. Under President Xi Jinping, China's economic growth has significantly slowed compared to previous administrations, marking a major turning point in the country's trajectory. Over the past 5 years, China's economic difficulties have intensified, especially amidst fierce global competition, tariffs, and overcapacity. The big question now is, how much further can Xi Jinping regime endure? And how has he contributed to the downfall of the Chinese economy, which once supported the legitimacy of the Communist Party? Looking back, after the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949, the Communist Party launched numerous political campaigns that led to intense internal strife, pushing the country to the brink of economic collapse. On 18 December 1978, during the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, Deng Xiaoping set the course for Chinese economic reform. Backed by international capital and supported by promises of human rights and political reforms, China took advantage of its demographic dividend to become the world's factory, ultimately growing into the second largest economy globally. However, Taiwanese writer Kenneth Fan expresses in his book Post-CCP China that the end of China's reform period began in 2012 and came to a close by 2020. The main reason was that the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, ran out of funds, as money is the backbone of the party's totalitarian machinery. Others suggest that the sudden death of former Premier Li Keqiang in 2023, shortly after his retirement, marked the definitive end of the reform era. In the 2 decades before 2020, China's major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou saw significant economic growth due to the real estate boom. However, many rural areas, including Dalian Mountain in Sichuan and remote mountainous regions in Yunnan and Guizhou, still face dire conditions. In these places, many children are unable to afford an education, and as Li Keqiang once pointed out, 600 million people in China earn less than 1,000 yuan a month. That's equivalent to less than $137 a month. In today's high inflation economy, it's increasingly difficult for people to survive on such a small income. Since Xi Jinping began his second term in 2017, political chaos has unfolded in the Chinese leadership's headquarters, Zhongnanhai. On the global stage, this coincided with President Trump's first term, and the intensifying US-China trade war dealt as a severe blow to China's economy, leaving Beijing in a passive position. When Trump failed to secure a second term in 2020, Xi Jinping managed to regain some stability. However, it was in 2020 that Chinese economic problems truly began to surface. Despite a steady slowdown in GDP growth from 2012 to 2019, the general public remained optimistic about the future. But by 2020, rising property prices, a decline in consumer confidence, and a continued slowdown in economic growth started to signal growing concerns. Along with internal conflicts within the Communist Party, Beijing's shift towards more extreme policies since 2020 has sparked widespread public dissatisfaction. In 2020, Xi Jinping launched the Common Prosperity Policy, claiming it would address social inequality and income distribution issues. The crackdown on the financial services and technology company Ant Group and its founder Jack Ma in November 2020 became a defining moment of this policy. This was followed by strict regulatory measures targeting the real estate bubble and internet companies. While these policies seem designed to shift social tensions, in practice they have failed to effectively ease economic pressure. According to the social media commentator posting as Toronto Big Face, economic theory suggests that income inequality does not directly cause insufficient consumption. While inequality can sometimes affect consumption power, the issue is more complex. For example, despite a significant wealth gap, the United States remains strong consumer spending, while countries like Japan and those in Northern Europe with smaller wealth gaps have long faced sluggish consumption. These examples show that simply attributing consumption issues to inequality does not provide a comprehensive solution. Toronto Big Face argues that Xi Jinping's Common Prosperity Policy resembles an extreme form of class struggle, where the government targets the rich, forcing them to donate to redistribution. However, this approach has not resolved the economic crisis, rather it has worsened social instability, especially with the mass departure of wealthy individuals and foreign capital. The COVID-19 pandemic, which originated in Wuhan, China, quickly spread across the globe in 2020, causing widespread disruptions. China's strict zero-COVID policy caused significant humanitarian suffering, massive economic losses, and heavy fiscal burdens at the local government level. However, regions in China that did not experience full lockdowns were able to continue production, benefiting from global market demand and temporarily avoiding a severe recession. Although this situation did not last, as the global pandemic subsided and countries resumed production, China's unique advantage during the pandemic quickly became irrelevant. By 2023, as the global economy fully recovered, China's export began to decline. In particular, the excess capacity accumulated during the pandemic struggled to align with the renewed global demand. The Chinese government responded by ramping up production and offering low-cost clearance measures to maintain market share. However, this strategy, which sacrificed domestic demand, did not address the underlying overcapacity problem. To maintain high export volumes, China resorted to cost-cutting and reducing labor wages, further exacerbating the domestic competition. During this period, Xi Jinping failed to adjust policies in a timely manner, resulting in an excessive reliance on exports. Domestic consumption growth could not keep pace with productivity gains, resulting in a severe overcapacity issue. Meanwhile, other countries began responding by raising tariffs, undermining China's low-cost competitive advantage. As global tariffs on Chinese goods rose, especially in 2024, multiple countries imposed heavy taxes on electric vehicles and other products from China, posing major obstacles to its price-driven strategy. For instance, the United States imposed a 100% tariff on Chinese electric vehicles, while the European Union raised tariffs on Chinese EVs to as high as 45.3%. In 2024, the World Trade Organization ruled on nearly 200 cases against China, with most initiated by developing countries. This wave of trade disputes placed heavy pressure on China's export and further intensified economic challenges at home. Facing rising global tariffs, Xi Jinping introduced a trade-in program offering government subsidies to boost domestic consumption by encouraging purchases of household appliances and electric vehicles. However, analysts point out that China's overcapacity problems requires deep structural reforms, not temporary stimulus measures. Independent commentator Toronto Big Face says that from promoting common prosperity to relying heavily on exports to persisting with low-price competition despite rising global tariffs, Xi Jinping's economic policies have largely failed to address China's deeper structural issues. Toronto Big Face also noted that China's economic troubles are not the result of a single event, but are the product of years of accumulated structural problems. He compared China's economic decline to an illness, saying Xi Jinping is like a doctor who misdiagnosed the patient. Although some of Xi's measures appear to address the symptoms, they ultimately failed to cure the underlying disease. Some experts have also examined Xi's direction from a political perspective. Associate Professor Su Chia-hao from C1 College at Taiwan's National Sun Yat-sen University pointed out that Xi Jinping has not continued former CCP Chairman Deng Xiaoping's tradition of economic reform, but has made significant adjustments. Xi is concerned about the rise of excessive capitalism within China, has sought to return to Marxist-Leninist and Maoist traditions by tightening controls over private capital. Although Xi publicly claims to uphold economic reform, in reality he has imposed heavier restrictions on private enterprises. Assistant Research Fellow Kun Shan-sheng from Taiwan's Institute of National Defense and Security Research said Xi Jinping is effectively reversing economic reform. Many of China's dynamic sectors such as e-commerce and startups grew rapidly under the former president Hu Jintao's leadership. Under Xi, the government has moved to tighten control over capital, bringing the achievements of past reforms back under state ownership. The takeover of successful private companies like Alibaba clearly reflects this trend. Chinese state media have repeatedly claimed over the past 2 years that confidence and determination in economic reform will not waver. And although the government has announced measures such as easing restrictions on foreign investments in manufacturing, analysts believe these moves were driven by the severe post-pandemic economic downturn rather than a true commitment to liberalization. Similarly, after suffering setbacks from the zero-COVID policies and the US-China trade war during Trump's first term, Xi Jinping has had to face the consequences. The decoupling of US-China technology sectors and the relocation of industries to Southeast Asia and in India have left China in urgent need of attracting back foreign investment and industries. With domestic demand alone no longer sufficient to sustain economic growth, China has been forced to reopen to the world. Starting in 2023, a series of new laws, including the Foreign Relations Law, the Anti-Espionage Law, and the Anti-Foreign Sanction Law, have heightened security risk for foreign nationals and companies operating in China. These measures contradict the government's effort to promote openness and have in fact pushed foreign investment away from China. Although the zero-COVID policy officially ended in 2023, the Chinese economy has not recovered. Under the leadership of current Premier Li Qiang, a close ally of Xi Jinping, the State Council has served as the executor of Xi's economic agenda. Across China, salary cuts have become widespread, affecting civil servants, teachers, and even entertainers. Layoffs, rising unemployment, inflation, and mounting mortgage pressures have only added to the economic strain. By 2024, consumption downgraded had become a widespread social issue. China Affair expert Wang He noted two unexpected developments in 2024. First, the collapse of the so-called Chinese economic miracle. Second, the collapse of public confidence in the Communist Party's ability to risk the economy. Wang explained that although China's economy was already in serious trouble in 2023, many people still hoped in early 2024 that the major policy measures would be introduced to reverse the downturn. By the end of 2024, it had become clear that the Communist Party had no effective solutions. China is now rapidly moving towards collapse, resembling the Soviet Union's economic crisis before its dissolution. Wang further explained that after the 2008 global financial crisis, the Chinese government launched a 4 trillion yuan stimulus package equivalent to $137 billion. While it helped stabilize the economy at the time, it also created massive debt and overcapacity issues. Some people had hoped for another massive stimulus this time. However, the movement of foreign capital in and out of China throughout 2023 and 2024 shows that investors no longer trust Beijing's ability to turn the economy around. Xi Jinping once appeared unstoppable, successfully amending the constitution and consolidating his grip on power, but today he faces mounting challenges both at home and abroad. Commentator Wang Youchun believes that at least 9 major policymakers, both internal and external, have led to Xi's current predicament. Among them, he points to Xi's failure to genuinely tackle corruption, as he left Jiang Zemin's factions untouched, resulting in a loss of public trust. Although Xi once admitted there were 1,000 reasons to manage US-China relations well, he instead chose to frame the United States as China's primary adversary. While pledging to defend sovereignty and territorial integrity, Xi refuses to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine, continuing instead to provide economic and even military support to Moscow during the conflict. Wang also highlighted Xi's handling of the COVID-19 outbreak. After the virus emerged in 2020, Xi enforced 3 years of extreme zero-COVID lockdowns. Under this policy, healthcare, livelihood, the economy, human rights, and education were all sacrificed in the name of eliminating the virus, a goal scientists regarded as unrealistic and unscientific. From harsh lockdowns to the abrupt abandonment of the zero-COVID policy, the Chinese government caused a massive number of avoidable deaths, contributing to today's population decline. Wang further criticized Xi's approach to Taiwan, arguing that instead of winning over the Taiwanese people, Xi resorted to maximize pressure tactics. In Hong Kong, his crackdown stripped away the democratic freedom citizens once enjoyed under British rule, seriously damaging the city's standing as an international financial hub. China's affairs expert Yue Shan remarked that Xi Jinping was once dealt a strong hand, yet squandered it completely, leaving many observers with deep regret. Yue argued that had Xi managed to guide China towards a more prosperous and open society, he could have secured lasting power. Instead, Xi's downhill began with his 2017 public pledge of loyalty to the Communist Party's founding fathers. Since then, both the political elite and ordinary citizens have steadily lost faith in him, a dangerous sign for any regime. After taking power, Xi promoted wolf warrior diplomacy, an aggressive nationalistic approach to foreign relations, and adopted a more confrontational stance towards the United States. In 2021, he introduced the slogan, "The East is rising and the West is declining," openly revealing his ambition to compete with the US for global leadership. He claimed that China can now stand as an equal to the world, yet in reality, China's economy has stagnated over the past few years. Recently, Chinese academic and economist Xiang Songzhuo delivered a public speech stating that the true purpose of a country's economic development is not to show off or to become the global leader. It is to lift every citizen out of poverty and ensure access to pensions, education, housing, and healthcare. That should be the real goal of economic growth. Xiang further emphasized that even if China surpasses the United States in GDP or becomes the world's largest economy, it would not automatically make China a true global leader. Leadership, he said, requires creativity, influence, humanistic values, and the ability to lead the world in technology and culture, qualities that command lasting international respect. He also expressed frustration with economists who constantly debate when China will surpass the US. There are still so many poor people in China, so many without secure pensions and medical insurance. Zhang asked why the focus is not on solving these real problems. As 2025 began, President Donald Trump took office and immediately reignited the US-China tariff war, this time directly targeting the Chinese Communist regime. The trade war escalated rapidly after multiple rounds of tariff hikes. US tariffs on Chinese goods soared to 145%, while Chinese tariff on US goods rose to 125%. In response, Chinese authorities promoted a domestic circulation strategy aiming to expand domestic demand as a long-term solution. However, Chinese industry insiders have posted videos warning that the result of the trade war is inevitable. Factories once dependent on exports are now turning inward, flooding the domestic market and fueling intense domestic competition. US-based economist Davey Huang noted that based on historical trends in human and economic development, China appeared to be heading back towards a planned economy. As officials with greater industry expertise take control, inefficiencies are expected to rise, putting even greater downward pressure on the economy. He warned that China risks drifting further away from the global economy and could face a systematic economic crisis. In a recent speech, Chinese economist Xiang Shongzuo predicted that even under the most optimistic projections, China's exports will decline by 10 to 15% this year. With excess production shifting from foreign markets to domestic sales, he warned that a brutal price war is inevitable. Xiang described the severity of the situation as far beyond imagination, calling it a life or death moment for China's economy.
People from the US saying how China is collapsing. It must be really bad in China if US is announcing it. It's I think it's I don't know, it's China Observer. I think it's Chinese people that do it. Although actual Chinese people, they're not allowed to post that for sure. So I guess they are American or they live somewhere that is not in at least they live somewhere where it's not you know, China. China. Come on. Okay, that's alright. Take it. Oof, that's a lot. No. Okay. Hit the ribbon there. Please hit the ribbon there. Please hit the ribbon there. No, that's so bad. No, I lost. Crazy damage. Damn. Good stuff about tariffs or relations between Trump and EU. Well, I heard about the tariffs, yeah. Like that, he's doing reciprocal tariffs. Also heard, country based. Yeah, it's going. Yeah, I know. It's dependent on how much the tariffs are. I mean, I wouldn't say it's bullying, honestly. I think it's fair. They're just overpaying always with the trades. No more trading with the yeah. Although really if the tariffs the other way around is like more, then what's the point? 1 sec, I'm being called. The fuck? Ik krijg like random call. Hallo, ik wil met je praten. Voeg mij toe op WhatsApp. What the fuck? Some bot. Probably a bot spam call or something. Like it sounded like AI voice. You got a new friend? Yeah. Hallo, ik wil met je praten. Zo'n AI voice. Although, you know about the tariffs, I feel like it's fair. He's doing reciprocal, so it's like he wants to like equalize it, you know? I think it should be fair. Why do they always have to trade up? Well, yeah, of course. But why should it be higher priced than the other way around, you know? Well, yeah, but a lot of countries like China, they manipulate their own currency to be low. so they can abuse it, you know?
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
I'd be quite simple though if I was any of the countries. I'd be like, okay, whatever, done. And guess no trading. Sick. Make it high to show off. Yeah. I mean, it's what the people voted for, so I guess it's fine. Like Sweden or yes, main point for EU not paying fair share. It was like we are world police, so they take their role. Well, weren't they asked by NATO or whatever? Why do they have to, like, didn't they have to like pay NATO or whatever? What's going on here? I need this. Yes, president, and they're paying. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, since they keep changing presidents, he can just say though, he can just say, yeah, that was the previous president. I never agreed on that, you know? It's the country. The other country, the opposite country.
Let's get some better minions.
Who was I against? The Nethris Elementals. Those two are good.
What can I do for you? Be good.
Oh, you mean like the companies do the trades? It's negotiation.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
Well, I know China's really struggling with it though. They're having big trouble. Garbage. Well, as far as I've seen, is they're saying that they're okay, that they're doing fine, and that the Chinese people will hold out longer, but China's an export country, right? Although Trump changed his mind as well on the tariffs on some stuff, like electronics and microchips and stuff. He kept that. He was like, nah, that'll stay the same, that's fine. And medicine. Because they need it still. But like the random garbage items are going up. Like those companies are trying to reroute the money or like the shipping. So they like send it to Vietnam or like I don't know, some other country, Thailand or something. And then they put like a different sticker on it that it's not from China, but like from the country where they send it from. To like skip the tariffs. It's a bit weird though. Not like components for phone, but the entire phone. Yeah. It is kind of weird, yeah. A ribbon there. Wonder how it will be though, because it feels like US domestic production must be getting killed off. If they want or need anything that cannot be made in US, they have to pay 20% plus. They cannot afford workers. Hell, since when does people in Horeca get paid minimum wage? Don't they live off tips? Well, yeah, they do live off tips. I don't know if they changed it. They don't make minimum wage. They get paid like, some get paid literally nothing, you know? Or like $2 an hour, maybe. If they're lucky. Oh, that's so bad. Okay. Not sure if because they full of shit or understanding you just cannot live without import. Well, yeah, they cannot live without import for sure, but they can get it from different countries. It's mainly they're like attacking China, kind of, as far as I know. Like mainly they're attacking China, although they put reciprocal tariffs on every country. They just want basically what I think what he wants is 0% tariff cost on either country from both sides. He wants to add two numbers, which don't really relate or shouldn't be mixed together.
Exactly what you were looking for.
Come on, good shit, please. Fuck, double this. I want to like raising minimum wage or get more workers in US. How would that work? Can't work unless you devalue dollar. I mean, true, because who's gonna buy his stuff? The stuff, you know, if it's so if it's made with that those wages. Because why should they lose profit? Well, yeah, that's what they're gonna do. That is what the companies will do, yeah. For sure. They'll just keep upping the price. They're like, yeah, I can't live otherwise. Can't do it otherwise. Wow. Okay, that's crazy. Here they come. Damn, he survived with the bleed. I should have eviscerated and hoped to kill him. See. Some countries have issues with birth rates, like South Korea or Japan. In a couple of decades, there were 3 times people. If that isn't, pink spots from yourself. Yeah, that's how they govern, I suppose. That's how they do it, or that's how they want to do it. Because this hold hostage, and for all the people, South Korea is an extreme example, but it's happening in every developed country. Yeah, I think so. It was like 1.8 or something. I'm not sure. Maybe it was a different country. Although they can easily amp that up if they just boost it with the child support, you know, but they'd rather import foreigners. They can't if they cannot keep up, because it takes 20 years for those people to work in a culture which makes it hard by default. They need AI. If that doesn't work, GG. Yeah, pretty much. Although, if the AI works, they also need UBI. And who's gonna pay for that? I don't think they want to pay for that.
I think you can win this thing.
I mean, I guess if it's like a really good at that point. Full proper AI, yeah. Yeah, exactly. At that point, yeah, it won't be necessary at all. Lily. I think it'll be difficult to happen. I think it's more likely that there will be like some world war that wipes out a lot of people first. Because why would the ones in power want to relinquish their power, you know, their position? I think they'd rather try and control it, you know? They will try and control it. AI, you know? They'll call it AI, but they're the ones who controls it. Who gives a shit what they want? Well, yeah, exactly, but who's gonna fight for them? Well, everybody. Yeah, it doesn't matter, I know. But they'll enforce it. It's mainly who gets there first. Yeah, that too. Oof. But if it's done, it's too late. Yeah, then it's already done. If it's done, it's done. Oh. There we go. I couldn't do anything. Nice, he's got the skeleton out. He's got the skeleton. Yeah, so smart. Save no mage. Oh. Druid healer. Oh no, he's running. I was talking with my father recently. He was kind of cautious about AI. What if it hurts people? Not like AI started World War II. But AI controlled by humans would be scary. Yeah, that would be. That is the problem. If they want to control it, that'll be the problem. Really, that'll be the problem. I bet also that's how they're gonna show it too, you know, like, oh yeah, we gotta control it, it's not safe otherwise, it's dangerous if we don't control it. And then when they control it, that's when it gets dangerous. Yeah, because they control it. Or... they're more crazy than some Austrian painter. Austrian painter.
I've got some fresh recruits for you. It's good to get some minions in play.
No, but the amount of damage it can do. I mean, it shouldn't be much damage that it can do, really. Like, what could it do, really? Like, if you think about it, what could it really do? If anything dangerous happens, can't you just shut it off? Or maybe by then it's already infected every computer in the world, so it cannot be removed anymore or something. I don't know. No, no. Yeah, true. True. I mean, you could, but you can't. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You could, but you can't. Yeah.
How are you? Your feet on the ground.
It would be too crazy. If they have to shut off the internet or electricity, it would be instant problem. There's something smarter than humans.
You got this. You're way ahead.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. If not longer than 10,000 years.
Here, kitty, kitty.
I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for the trouble. It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard.
Making Trump's insane.
Everyone's gunning for you. Watch out. The battle is really raging out there. You're down a minion and up a gold.
Whew. Just please people, if they actually think that, they just please government or do stuff for legal reasons. Probably not. These people are stupid. There's not much to read between lines, because generally speaking, there's nothing there. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Mostly, you know, mostly people like to see what they see what they want to see. I guess. Most people don't give a shit. They live their life, do their shit. Stuff. If it kills people, then whatever. As long as there's no legal consequence. Yeah. As long as there's no consequence to them as well. Oh, I need that. Whatever. Two gold.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
They don't mind that as long as they get more than they lose. Yeah, true. That is true. As long as they get more than that, then they can lose. Another time.
I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for the trouble.
Oh, that was a nice crit. I mean, I just hope that AI will work out in the good way, but yeah. That's pretty much all I can do, just hope for that. He got lucky the minions didn't attack him. I mean the NPCs. Make a body gold. What body would I want to get gold?
On the lookout.
I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for the trouble. It's good to get some minions in play.
Oh, yes. Oh no, I lost. Oh no. 22, 27.
Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it around. That'll do some damage.
Hmm.
I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for the trouble.
I'm not sure, to be honest. Many things will need to change, like borders between countries, social aspect dynamics. It would be chaos no matter what happens. Yeah, it will be chaos no matter what happens. No, they won't. They need to give up way more than just manual driving, though. Like, a lot of things they have to give up. I guess it really depends. I don't know. Not for nutrition. No medical. Just because it tastes good. Yeah, true. I mean, I don't know. It depends, right? If they allow that or not. If it's allowed or not. They might just say like, ah, do whatever you want. Like, you can just, they can just make it that way. They won't. But they need stuff like that, yeah. They need a way to do the bad thing. They need a way to let loose of I mean, do that thing, you know. 10 cards for your hand, cast 7 spells. In order to make AI viable in society, yeah. They will have to like the AI itself has to figure out a way to implement AI itself, you know, into society, so that people will accept it, you know. It has to find like the best route, sort of. But then again, what's like the ultimate, like no crossing, you know? What if there's like murderers and stuff, you know? What's AI gonna do about them? Just keep them locked up? Will it want to kill them? You know? What direction is it gonna go? Will adjust. It just predicts how things will go and do that. If it works out or not, will adjust. Yeah, pretty much. It'll just keep applying, reapplying, calculating.
Tactical choice.
Finally, the unit that I was looking for.
That one might make all the difference.
One.
You're down a minion and up a goal.
Two more gold. I got so many dots on me. Ah, stunned. Oh, I lost. Well, I've been trial and error with many simulations, would be my guess, but if AI is based on reality, it would take into account how humans live, so probably not far off current norms. Yeah, I guess so. This game, 18 minutes. Bugged add-on. 5%. What's my honor at? 280. Okay, still 138. I've already gained like 150k today. $138,000 left. De snelheid. Snelheid.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. It's good to get some minions in play.
Still expensive. I really hope tomorrow the gloves will drop, yeah. And maybe the bracers too would be really nice. Maybe some stuff for the other rogue too, so he's not on number 1 anymore.
Exactly what you were looking for.
So yeah, Blackmailer I start with. He doesn't have him yet, sadly. The guy. He doesn't have it. I can see what he got last. Gloves, belt. Look, I can check his history, I think. History. Player, Aquilea. Bloodfang gloves. Bloodfang belt. Dragonfang blade. I don't know when this was. Maybe he has it actually, but it's like from before. Loot. This is all I can see. Yeah, true. He might do that. Shit. Oh. There's too many. Wow, he hit me in stealth, bro. Hello? I'm not gonna stay there and be farmed. Little prick of love. Nice, easy target here. Easy target. Ooh, oh, oh. No! No! Stay here! No poison proc. He's dead anyway. Pew pew. Oh, he used a potion. Oh, and he used a bandage too, right before he died. No ambush crit either, yeah. These jabs are a pain in the ass, but I mean literally, yeah, true. Yeah. That was so funny though, on that guy. Even though with this loot history, he'll get whatever you can, yeah. No ambush crit either. Feels so bad. For real. Never lucky. I wasted my stone form earlier. No. Stop. Okay. Garbage. Oh yes. There we go. Oh, there's two. No, he got out of Zap already? What the fuck? Nah. No. I'm gonna die from the dots alone. Use a better mage, instant frostbite too. Yeah, exactly. I get that all the time. Same with warriors. I get a fucking stun procced instantly. Hammer stun. Probably already over, but that's fine. Nope, they're wiped. Okay. Fire a lock, because you will be stunned for the full duration of Hellfire. Yeah. Holy. I rarely, super rarely see Fire Warlock, honestly. I almost never see it. I don't know why, though. I think it would be fun to play it. Oh, it's this guy again. Holy shit. It's that guy again. He just got back, and then he gets killed again. Oh, so close. Is BD, both PvE and PvP. No. No, no. Ugh. Stunned. Killed in the stun. Probably could be fun though. Big Soulfire. Immolate actually doing good damage. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, it's on now. You just use Succubus. Yeah, I had that earlier actually, like an hour ago. I was fighting against a Warlock who was casting Soulfire on me, but I just vanished it the moment it was mid-air. Oh, that guy died. He's healing him. Oh no. I was gonna kill him there. I was too slow. I should have noticed. Yeah, just go and waste time there. Go and waste your time there. That's perfect. No. 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 Oh, he almost jumped off, actually. Oh, we won. Okay. That would have been fun if he jumped off. Come on. So much honor. Okay. I saw a guy who was RPing earlier as well in the battlegrounds. Yeah, he had literally he only had the only gear he had was his weapons, which were like the lightsaber and another sword with icy thing on it, like the phantom blade with icy sword and the lightsaber with the icy chill on it, and then he had some RP clothing and his necklace and rings and stuff. That's it.
You're down a minion and up a goal. Keep up the momentum, friend.
No, my reborn. Wow. Always try to dismount a few people here. Okay, and he resisted.
Since they trashed my place in Dallas.
I heard a rogue here. How the fuck does he see me? Stealth. Fucking bullshit. Wow, I should have used evasion too. Oh, so much dodge. That's crazy. One here. Even there. shit.
Keep up the pressure. Exactly what you were looking for. Keep up the momentum, friend. You're good at this. Go big or go home, I always say.
I got it. Second hand.
I think you can win this thing.
What did you get after Exalted, by the way? By the way, can you do me a favor? Ask your mom to tell my mom she should look at Discord. I tell my mom? Okay, okay. I'll tell her. Oh, she's not online. I'll do it. Discord. I asked her to do it. Yes, this one. Oh, I forgot to queue again.
What can I do for you? See you.
I think you can win this thing.
Uh-oh. Crazy. I hope she reads that. Yeah. What time is it? 4. Okay, so let's see. My package is here around 16:42 and 17:38. Okay. Oh, nice one. Very nice one. Greybow. I haven't played this in a while. That's nice.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
I wanted a tier 3. No, not really. Oh shit. I forgot. Oopsie. Everybody teared up. That's crazy.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Yes. Warrior trades victory for honor. Rush like water, rise like king. Short game bring honor, long game bring shame.
I think you can win this thing. I've got some fresh recruits for you. Down a minion and up a goal. Oh, you're moving up in the world.
Damn. Oh fuck, I missed it. Use your war stomp. I mean, 2 minutes cooldown though. This is short.
Your minions really pulled their weight. A good tactical choice. Looks like you can hit it.
Nice. 2 triples next turn. If I get a Rylak out of that. I got so... Holy shit, this luck is insane right now. These stragglers. There's one straggler right here. No. They helped their ally now.
Your minions really pulled their weight. That's great play. I can't wait to see this shake out. Exactly what you were looking for.
Again, no Rylak. What the fuck?
Here's a gold for the trouble.
Wat?
Can you push me?
How do I attract all these minions? 2 words. Funnel cake.
Ooh.
Your minions really pulled their weight. Come on down.
I need a Rylak. Fuck.
Sure, go ahead. What you got? We're doing a survey and we're asking people what would you do if somebody broke into your house with the intentions to rob and harm your family? Oh, I'd call 811.
Shit. There's the Rylak finally.
Better hire a recruit while you can.
Lily? Hell yes. Into the brand, please. No brand. My mom says she's not picking up the phone because he is working at Willy or something. Working at the chickens again? Yeah. Recently, Lily opened the front door and they like ran outside. That was crazy. I got so lucky my neighbors actually ticked my windows. Like, hey, my dogs are outside. Yeah, just stay here, guys. Oh no. 1300 lightning bolt crit, that's crazy. That's gotta be illegal.
Have you ever met the League of Explorers? Nice folks. Great hats.
Your dog, I don't know. But they ran outside, so she must have opened the door. Although for Shaman, guarantee 2 crits, yeah. Let's see. Ah, it's so bullshit. This fucking feint dead instantly, I lose my combo points instantly. That's crazy. How annoying that is. Aye. This guy's owning me. I don't know, probably like 20 seconds or something. It was quite fast, I think. Or maybe half a minute. I had to run after them. It was crazy. Cleave me, cleave me, cleave me. Come on, cleave. Okay, let me... He can handle it on his own now. Heal up. Go ahead, Sneaky. You can do it. Tay leave. Oh wow, this guy is strong. Your dogs like freedom, they play outside. Next thing they're under the car, yeah. When I was living in a foster home in Canada, this would happen with the dog once. Run outside speed towards it. Yeah, I know. I was really worried about that. It's a good thing it was raining hard that day. No brand, no ribbon there. Okay. It's crazy how quickly it happens. People don't expect a dog to run around. Maybe dogs just like eating metal. Yeah, I mean, dogs aren't that smart either. Probably, a cow is probably even smarter than it. I'm pretty sure a cow is smarter. Dogs have really low intelligence. Although you can teach them tricks, of course, but you can do that to cows too. It's just kind of sad. But yeah. But running into a car must be something. Get a pet cow in your house, teach it to flip. Sick. I mean, maybe that's maybe a little bit too much, but I don't know. Hey cow, do a flip. And then the cow does a flip. Oh, yeah. Like 400 kilograms or something, yeah, like something like that, 600. You get like 400 kilograms of meat from a meat cow anyway. That cow can't even go upstairs. Yeah, just breaks stairs. Yeah, just falls through it. Makes a hole in the floor. Yeah. Holy shit, it's too big. You stay here, healer. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. He's not hitting me. Oh, get wrecked. Fourth place one. Yeah, they just have like a yard for it, basically. It's the only thing they can do. Res me. I need to res before they loot my corpse. No, too late. No, I was too late. Yes, get these minions on you, bitch. Oh, my game. Start of your turn. Choose from 2 new quest routes. Unlocks on turn 4. Okay. But you're like eating and they just stick your head into the window. They just stick that. Yeah. They're gonna be asking for it too, you know? It's like an elephant who just puts his slurf like into your window, grabs your food. Grabs your plate with the food, yeah. Just breaks it, you know? Starts eating the shards from the plate. Yes, use evasion, but show your back. Tear up. Be good. Be good. Destroys window when it tries to back out, yeah. Destroys everything. Holy shit. You know, like a dog likes to... Like a dog likes to chew on furniture, you know? And then you got like an elephant or like a giraffe. He just starts biting your roof. Like breaks your roof, you know? You have like one of those roofs, you know, that is like riet. Zo'n riet dak. And then your giraffe will just eat it. No, I've got my permits. Reach roof, yeah. Have like, yeah, that Klim. Hey, rips whole wall down, yeah, holy shit. Pulls all the cement in between the bricks off. Holy shit. Or you come home with your groceries and the giraffe has like a really long tongue, you know, it just goes into your bag, grabs all the food. Holy. That would be so funny. Flip your car before you get your grocery bags out. Yeah, yeah. Holy shit. Holy. You want to sleep, you know, and then suddenly elephant steps onto your bed, and your bed is gone. Holy shit.
Sure, go ahead. What you got? We're doing a
Oh.
Let's step up our game. It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard. Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
You wake up because giraffe is licking your ear. Yeah, holy shit. Holy. Or you wake up because you hear like something in your room and then you see your curtain gets pulled out of the window because of the giraffe. It just pulls out the entire curtain and rips it from the wall.
Sorry about the peanut shells on the floor. These minions are slow.
Amazing trade.
Oh, it's okay. We all hit some bumps now and then.
Such soothing beats.
That's a great play. I can't wait to see this shake out.
This area is off limits.
Gold in my teeth, gold in my hat.
A good tactical choice.
Both of us.
Yeah, I just need the curtain. Ice cream truck runs by your house. Someday your giraffe breaks down. Wow. Yeah, or it goes rampage from the noise.
Such soothing beats. Hold tight and pretend it's a play. I love a good treasure. Let's look for more.
I feel like 50 bisons as pets. Shit. It's like Pokemon with those Tauros. With the Tauros herd. Goodbye. I don't want to die. Some countries have to show. Yeah, I know. That's crazy. They must avoid train tracks at all costs, because else the train derails. Yeah, holy shit. Actually crazy.
Have you ever met the League of Explorers? Great hats. Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. Better hire a recruit while you can.
Oolong Johnson.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. A good tactical choice.
Lulu.
Lolo.
Dat is wel een leuke bot.
Ja, dat was wel een coole game. Als ik nou die Hunter of Gatherer's Gold eerder had. Of die andere, Thunderstrike.
Ja, ik wil die build ook nog gaan. Maar het is eigenlijk wel, die reverb take is wel echt super goed ook als je Bren erbij hebt. Je hoeft het echt maar, weet ik veel, 10 keer die draak erop te hebben en je stekt zo die carry.
Ja, je volume was echt super luid. Ja, echt hè. Die echoing roar, ja.
Dat stekt beter dan
Alles waarschijnlijk.
die
Omdat
andere
het...
draken. Want het is gewoon dat ik elke keer als je die de buff erop doet, het is gewoon basically één end turn effect die je altijd erbij hebt.
Echt hè. Hey, Ultra Shadow. Just playing some more WoW still. I'm at 300k. Need 113k more. Wat heb jij? Oh, je hebt die, oké. Er zijn buddies. Ik wil op zich wel pirates gaan. Ik vind het best wel cool, maar... Ja, ik doe het wel. Een keer.
Die pirates zijn ook wel goed, want je kan die meest rechtse unit van je gold maken en dan moet je alleen die... Is dat een pirate überhaupt? Dat je de meest rechte gold maakt?
Nee. Oh, ik word gebeld. Dus, hoe is dat terug?
Okay.
Fresh opponents. Are you ready? Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you. Your minions really pulled their weight.
Is a
doing great out there.
Enjoy your final meal.
The battle is really raging out there.
I wouldn't be caught dead. Hey, I have enough attitude for the both of us.
You're down a minion and up a goal. I like where you're going with this. You're doing great out there.
Enjoy your final meal.
Any defeat that doesn't destroy you makes you strong.
The odds are in my favor.
Ha ha! I love catching some waves.
A melody of love.
You're down a minion and up a goal. Keep up the momentum, friend. Keep up the momentum, friend. Keep up the momentum, friend.
Keep your feet on the ground. What's on your mind? Talk with you. Talk to me. Pretty good. Assemble the Royal Guard.
Any defeat that doesn't destroy you makes you stronger. once now and then. These games do help me pass the time. What can I do for you? See you soon. The battle is really raging out there. Lord Jones? What Lord Jones? Keep up the momentum, friend. with the poor, and you get the quills. Hiring that minion will get you a triple.
My champions against yours. Good things happen to good people.
A good tactical choice. Nothing but fish back. Vroom, vroom. Blood gems? What blood gems? What blood gems? to see this shake out. Two, three, the army you're building, friend.
Poking one fish back.
Better hire a recruit while you can. this time, partner? It's good to get some minions in play. Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you. The battle is really raging out there. It's good to get some minions. Doing great out there. You're good at this. Keep up the momentum, friend. I've got some fresh recruits for you. Keep up the momentum, friend. the momentum, friend. How are ya?
Your alarm went FAG. Your alarm went up. VC. Ano, pingo. Angry now. I cannot talk right now.
Oké.
Oh, ik heb niet TV hoor.
Oh.
What?
Waarschijnlijk winnen. Oeh. Je kan een kopie nemen van mij en dan kan ik... Zou ik dan Orchestra nemen of die andere? Burgling Claw. Als je die kopie neemt.
Denk Orchestra, nee?
Ja. Oké, laten we dat doen. Dan neem jij die kopie.
Of stackt dat samen? Of
Ja, het stackt samen, ja. Ik stuur ze naar jou toe, oké? Want ik ben toch undead. Dat is minder goed op mij.
Ik wil best wel Battle Cries gaan. Oh, ik heb hier een Graven Narrator. Stuur ik weer kant op.
Oh ja, perfect. Als je een show vindt ook, dan zou ik die ook willen.
Ik ga waarschijnlijk Pirates.
Oké.
Dat is wel goed met Orchestra ook.
Inderdaad. Ik hoop dat als eerste die Wheeled Crewmate voor mij doodgaat.
You're doing great out there.
Oh ja, want heb je een dat zit.
Oh. Ja, antwoord. Oké. Kijk mijn shop.
Wow, wat fuck, wat wil dat gaan?
Het zit letterlijk gewoon in mijn randomly in mijn shop. Hier op gegaan.
Ik heb een Takari en we hebben allebei niet nodig, denk ik.
Ik heb hem niet nodig, nee. Ik heb een triple voor je.
Een triple voor mij.
Oh nee, nee, laat maar. Je hebt hem al getrippeld.
Die ook.
Oeh, die heb ik nodig voor triple. Die jij hebt. Die je hebt in je hand. Die is Shell Collector. Dan plaats ik hem volgende turn. En dan ga ik ook die andere triple maken, maybe. Je hebt die dubloongrifter zo snel mogelijk nodig, hè, dat je meer gold krijgt. En ook die gold unit, dat elke keer als je gold spent, dan moet je attack geeft aan je units of stats.
Ja, die wil ik ook, ja.
Laat mij als eerste gaan. Ah, maar niet uit. Deze guaranteed triggert eerst. We hebben echt zoveel economy momenteel. Oh, nice. Want het geeft. Zijn 1-1. Venomous hit mijn 1-1. Holy shit. Sick. Oh. Ik had de andere gehoopt, maar I guess it'll do.
Redelijk trades ook.
Ja. Waarschijnlijk konden we deze net taaien al met betere trades, maar het ging al best wel goed.
Inderdaad.
Connect hier op, even kijken.
Kan mij die ding wel geven?
Oké. Eerst wil ik tier up. Oké, hier komt hij. Spaceveger. Die heb je nodig.
Nice, ik geef het nu ook direct deze stats.
Nice.
Dat was wel echt heel goed, ja, die spacefire. Nog een spacefire, nice.
Wow. Die ene is ook heel goed, die amalgam ding is ook heel goed. I mean, neem gewoon die syllabus. Misschien zal het nog een keer, ja. Smart. Doe 8-8 of zo, ja. Ik zou die meest rechter hebben genomen. Als je die stats op alles... Oh, dat is ook een goeie, ja. Als je stats op alles gooit, weet je, dan krijgt hij... Ja, dan krijgt hij heel veel HP. Maar nu heb je wel 2 extra discovers volgende spels volgende turn.
Deze krijgt het hardste als hij even neer krijgt.
Ja. Nou, hij heeft echt een hele erge setup al.
Yep.
Crap. Neem deze rechter, die is goed. Voor Pirates.
Silas is weg, behalve ik nu nog een Silas vind, I guess.
Yes.
Ja, ik hou hem nu gewoon weg.
Come on down.
Ik kan die ork steeds niet plaatsen voor dit moment.
Oké.
Ik heb geen plek.
Plaats iets. Ja, je hebt echt geen plek, ja. Misschien moet ik de orchestra's maar gaan gebruiken ook. Want je hebt al zoveel te dingen te doen.
Ja, ik moet gewoon even één turn mijn hele ding leeghalen, maar ik kon niet kiezen.
Ja.
Misschien is het wel beter als je die orchestra's zijn. Misschien de volgende orchestra kan je nog geven, dan maak ik een gold.
Oké.
Daarna gewoon orchestra gebruiken.
Moet je eerst nog die ene spelen of niet? Moet ik hem ook gewoon gelijk gooien?
Ik zal eerst eentje spelen.
Oké.
Ik weet eigenlijk niet of ik hem krijg en een hele ingegooid. Volgens mij dan wordt hij misschien niet gold. Misschien kan ik hem niet eens krijgen, de mijne.
Wauw, ja, dat klopt. Je krijgt hem ook niet als je even vol zit. En Eliza, heb je die nodig? Nee, hè? Je hebt meer die gold spending dingen nodig.
Dat is wel goed, toch?
Heb je niet meer die gold spending nodig?
Ook, maar... Ik heb al een Eliza. Als ik een gold
Want
heb.
ik moet ook shit van mij vinden.
Ja, doe maar je eigen shit dan eerst. Eigen shit is wel beter.
Want ik loop heel ver achter met mijn units. Oh, deze moet je wel hebben. De bloemgrifter.
Oh nice, daar heb ik al 2 van. Dat is nu gold.
Nice. Je hebt die gold unit nodig, dat je spacefarers daadwerkelijk attack stack de hele tijd.
Ja, die zou ik heel graag willen. Maar...
Ik zie hem ook maar niet. Ik heb hier één in mijn shop, maar die kan ik niet halen voor je. Statsplitter is misschien nog wel waard ook voor die plunderpijl.
Ja, nog niet alleen.
Ja, nog niet, nog niet. Hey, orchestra is ook waard. Gooi hem over gelijk, de orchestra, met die spel van je. Gooi ik hem nog een keer over.
Oké, ik heb nu wat met wat stats.
Yes.
Plek. Doe ik niet zo goed. Oh fuck, had die pijl nog in het blad verloren.
Oh no.
Dat maakt niet uit.
Nee, dat maakt er niks uit. Die piraten zijn zo sterk. Hij kan jou nooit verslaan, deze gast. En deze? Deze wel. Dan kan ik tenminste nog wat dingen overgooien naar jou. En ik kan ook nog stacken.
Dat is perfect dat jij dan op kant. Ga je winnen zo? Ja, je wint sowieso.
Ja. Nice. Extra dingen overgooid.
Twee piraten. Niet.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
Kom op. Ze is voor waardeloos.
That'll do some damage.
Ik heb hier nog een Eliza, maar ook een orchestra.
Like where you're going with this.
Oh, je hebt ook twee orks. Ik had hem aan jou moeten geven. Ik krijg een gold.
Ja, maar niet
Maar ik
uit.
heb hem eindelijk.
Wat? Oh,
Ja,
nice.
en ik eet nu deze al op.